Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. It's Monday, November 18th, 1 p.m., and I'd like to ask the clerk to call the opening roll.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of Council. We have Council President Doug Shipman,
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large,
Here.
Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1,
Here.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug
Amir
Shipman,
Faroki,
Atlanta
District
City Council
2.
President,
Here.
calling to order this
Councilmember
regularly
Byron D.
scheduled meeting
Amos,
of the Atlanta
District
City
3.
Council. It's Monday, November 18th.
Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4, Councilmember Alex Swan, District 6, Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7, Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9,
Why don't you go ahead and continue? We'll try to get that turned off.
Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Councilmember Marcy Kohler Overstreet, District 11, Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Present.
Council President, we have a quorum of members present.
Thank you. We will try to work on the chamber. You can hear an echo from the audio. We'll work on that to get that turned off. We are now to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was set out ahead of time. If there are no changes or updates to the agenda, I'd entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Lewis. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any debate on the motion to adopt the agenda? Hearing none, we do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to adopt the agenda? Madam Clerk, please sound the counter. Unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Let me give us just a moment. Is there any debate on the motion to adopt the agenda? Hearing none, we do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to adopt the agenda? Madam Clerk, sound the count of unanimous consent. We will now move to the invocation. We don't have a guest today, so I would just take a moment we'll take a moment of silence, but I would take a moment to ask if there are any acknowledgments from members of council. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I would just like to acknowledge that we had the memorial service for Paul Zucca, long-term community advocate. Paul lived in Grant Park with his partner for many years and was a great preservationist and a great supporter of candidates for public office. I think everyone up here on the dais has known Paul, and most of y'all in the audience have known Paul. He was a marvelous, kind soul, shrewd strategist and savvy politician, and a great friend to us all. So he will be missed.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I would like to acknowledge that we had the memorial services for Mr. Marcus Bentley. And if you know the Bentley family, if you're from Jonesboro Road, Oxford Village, you know Mrs. Bentley, you know the entire family, you know that the family is going through a mourning period. So every prayer we can to the Bentley family from Jonesboro Road. Thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I too would like to offer condolences to the family and friends of Paul Zucca. We had a wonderful repast at the Kaiser's home. I was joined by the Honorable Jason Winston, Councilmember Mary Norwood, and so many other members of the city of Atlanta. Paul Zucca was a wonderful, dedicated, and diligent servant to the citizens of Atlanta. He will be truly missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
I just wanted to offer condolences to the family of Felicia McCurry, who was the upper school principal at the Galloway School. She died suddenly last week and shaped the lives of hundreds, if not over 1,000 young people who came through that school. And just, I know it's shaken that community, and wanted to acknowledge her passing and what it meant to a lot of young people in the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to add my voice in memorializing the great Paul Zucca. Was able to attend his funeral, but not the repast. And of course, Councilmember Norwood gave a really good one of 4 eulogies, but it was a very moving eulogy and words at that ceremony. And Paul was the type of person who loved Atlanta, loved it earnestly, and he did the right thing all the time. He gave you the right advice all the time. Whether you wanted to hear that advice, he could deliver it in a way, in a warm and heartfelt, loving way. So he will definitely be missed. He is an unsung contributor to the type of Atlanta way, the type of community, the type of city that we have. And he was really one of the best of our citizens. I also want to acknowledge the passing of a classmate of mine, Cheryl Hill Harper, who was the daughter of one of Atlanta's first African-American firefighters. She died suddenly last week. And of course, want to give condolences to the Cofield family of Atlanta. The eldest son, David, passed also just as suddenly a week ago, and they were both memorialized also on Saturday.
Thank you. Any others? Well, for these and those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we will move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First, I'd like to ask Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to come forward, and all of those who are here to honor Miss Georgia Teen 2024, Carrington Manos, to come forward and join us up on the dais.
No, just come on in. You all can keep coming. Come on around. Is that everybody? Well, it's really a pleasure to be here this afternoon to honor someone who has made strides in the short years that they've been amongst us here on planet Earth. It is really good to admire and acknowledge young people who are having a positive impact on our community and are self-aware enough to know that they are an example to those coming behind them, even at their young and tender age, right? You know, because I was just 16 a short time ago. And so it's good to know that there are those who are striving for excellence and setting and still blazing trails as we move forward. I'm here today to honor such an individual who I've had the pleasure of working with in small measure a couple of years ago, also aiding her in being recognized and acknowledged at her school. And so I've got a proclamation in honor of this trailblazer, and I will read the proclamation in pertinent part. In honor of Miss Georgia Teen 2024, Carrington Mammos. Whereas Carrington is the current Miss Georgia Teen, is a distinguished resident of Atlanta, Georgia, and an honor student at the Woodward Academy, and exemplifies academic excellence and steadfast dedication to her community. Whereas Ms. Carrington's community service initiative, Carrington Cares, #Decode Dyslexia, seeks to empower students with dyslexia with providing educational roles, raising awareness, and fostering an environment of understanding and support. And whereas Carrington's advocacy is deeply personal, having been diagnosed with dyslexia at the age of 7, her journey of resilience and determination has inspired countless others as she becomes a beacon of hope for those students with familiar circumstances. And whereas Carrington played a pivotal role in collaborating with the Georgia Senator Gloria Butler on the successful passage of Senate Bill 48, which secured $3.5 million in funding for free dyslexia texting in kindergarten through third grade with kindergarten and through third grade students, demonstrating her commitment to ensuring access to early intervention and support for children of those ages. And whereas as the author of the Dyslexia Doesn't Define Me, Carrington has shared her story to help to dispel myths about dyslexia and to encourage others to embrace their unique differences while raising more than $90,000 for dyslexia awareness and support across the country, showing a global impact for her efforts. And whereas Carrington's aspiration is to earn a Juris Doctorate and continue her advocacy work, reflects her unwavering commitment to creating a more equitable and inclusive society for individuals with learning differences. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Atlanta Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Miss Georgia Teen 2024 Carrington Mammos Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereinto affixed. Congratulations, Ms. Mammos. Take a quick shot. You got us? Oh, okay. So, all right, you hold on to that. Are there any colleagues that'd like to make a comment? Not seeing any? I know several of our colleagues have been in beauty contests before, but I don't know if they've had the impact. So is there any member of your family, the parents, anyone?
I will.
You will? Please come forward.
Thank you. First, thank you so much for recognizing Carrington. That means the world to us. Carrington's story, to your point, is one of hope and one of understanding that whatever your difference may be, it does not define where you can go in life. And I just want to publicly say to Carrington how proud I am of you and how you have always and will always continue to be not only an inspiration for other students. I'm the mom. I'm Shantae Dial, I'm sorry. You will not just be inspiration for this generation of students, but generations to come. And more importantly, you're an inspiration to me as your mom. And I'm just very proud, and I thank God for you every day, because you have beyond exceeded my expectation as a daughter. And I'm very proud of you. And I just wanted to tell you that publicly. So thank you all for honoring Carrington in this way. And she promises to continue to make all of you proud. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrington. Sorry, I'm a very sensitive person, so just to see my mom cry, I may get a little choked up, but I would like to say,
It's your day. Take your time.
I can never imagine standing here talking about something that I didn't even want to tell my family members. I was very ashamed of my dyslexia because a lot of people didn't know what it was, and for me to be able to bring awareness and help so many students thrive to do something better in their lives, it's really inspiring to me, and I hope for students all around the world to not only just advocate for dyslexia, but to advocate for other things that they may be ashamed of. And you realize when you're doing things in the world, your voice matters to someone else, and you can help support, and you can help someone get the help they need. So for me to be able to do the things I'm doing with all the amazing people who are standing behind me, I'm very blessed, and I'm thankful for each and every one of you guys for always standing by me and taking up with whatever I have to come. Let's go do this. Let's go to Miss America, and thank you all so much for taking time out of your day to come and see me get honored with this amazing proclamation, and thank you so much.
And that's right. One of the things that, didn't she give a fantastic remarks and speech? Such poise. Let's give her another round of applause. Well, you are going to represent Georgia in the national Miss Teen USA pageant, Miss America, pardon me, Miss America pageant. When will that take place?
December 31st through the 4th.
December 31st through the 4th, and it'll be announced on January 4th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you've got your marching orders, Atlanta. Is there anything that we can do here from Georgia to support you?
To keep spreading awareness about
Come
what
to the mic.
to keep spreading awareness about what dyslexia is, and to stay connected with my journey on my social media platforms, Miss America's Teen GA, and I am Carrington Elon.
You are the first African American.
No, I'm the
No, you're
fourth
the fourth
African American, yes. Teen,
Miss Teen Georgia. All
yes.
right. Well, we appreciate you, and
Thank you.
we look forward to your success.
Thank you.
All right. All right, now, if there are no other remarks, we will do what the city council does best. We'll take a picture, a group shot. That's a joke. You're supposed to. So we'll move ahead of the podium here. I'm sorry. No, it had to be a compliment. So we appreciate it. Thank you. So everybody, let's move ahead of the podium. And just quickly, this morning, we had a reception for Carrington and her supporters. We still have a lot of food left, so if you're in the building, please make your way to the second floor. I got up early this morning, cooked all this food.
Thank you.
So please, help yourself over here to the side.
Next, I'd like to invite Councilmember Antonio Lewis and all of those who are here for the recognition of Verna C. Singleton's 32 years of service to please join us up here on the dais.
Today's the day to be up front, right? I present this proclamation today in recognition of Ms. Verna C. Singleton, 32 years of service. Me, myself, as a city council person who comes out of labor, who truly understands that the frontline workers of America, the essential workers of America, are the frontline workers, are the city workers, the municipal workers, and truly thankful for your 32 years of service to the city of Atlanta. In recognition of Ms. Verna C. Singleton, 32 years of service, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to honor Ms. Verna C. Singleton for 32 years of dedicated service to the city of Atlanta, and whereas we offer special recognition for her service and honor Ms. Singleton for her distinguished tenure with the city of Atlanta, and whereas Ms. Verna C. Singleton joined the city of Atlanta's Department of Public Works in December 1992 and is retiring from the department after 32 years, and whereas while many aspects have changed over the years, the one aspect that has not changed is the delivery of quality customer service. Over the years, Ms. Singleton currently has delivered impeccable service, and whereas members of the Public Works Department are vital and important to the health, safety, and well-being of the people of this community, and whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff public work departments and offices is maternally influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of work they perform, and whereas for 32 years, Ms. Verna C. Singleton performed her duties with pride and with the highest integrity. For this, an entire city is grateful. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby express our sincere appreciation to Ms. Verna C. Singleton for her dedication to the Department of Public Works, her dedication to the city of Atlanta, and we wish her much happiness and good health in her future. Now, first I want to open it up to any of my colleagues. We got CM Honorable Andrea Boone.
Verna, I think I have known you longer than anyone probably here. I met you in the 90s, 1990 what? 1992, and you have always been a bright and shining star. When we needed to get things done in District 10, we only had to make one call, and that was all. You were the lieutenant, the right hand to our great friend Gayla Dotson, and your footprint will always be here in the city of Atlanta. Congratulations. Well done, well done.
Any of my other colleagues? Any staff or family, any staff wants to come and speak? Commissioner?
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Civil service is good service. Civil service is honorable service. I've commented to some that I have to take 3 B12s in the morning just to keep up with Verna. She always has a pep in her step. She always has a kind word. She's serious about her work. I don't know what all she's going to do in retirement, but if she goes anywhere else and employs her talent, they're getting something truly rewarding. Thank you so much for being a civil servant. Thank you so much for giving to the Department of Public Works. We certainly wish you the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Any of our family members or friends want to come up and speak? I see some beautiful flowers right here now.
I'm Karen Curry. The C in Vernon C is for Curry. Not only is she my amazing aunt in Soror, she has been the one person that I have always tried to mirror as a child, as a teenager, and as an adult. She is an amazing woman, and I know she was an amazing leader in her role, and I am happy for her to take this time to just enjoy life and retirement. And I want to say congratulations for a job well done.
Miss Verna Blair.
Vern, I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss not getting your emails. Thank you for being a coworker for all these years, even though people got us mixed up. But you're an amazing woman. I love you. It's been truly an honor to work with you. And I wish you all the very best. Take care.
Okay, I'm just making sure now. I'm making sure because when you think about the folks that take care of our city, we can't wait to put you out in front. And so I wanted to make sure you're ready to take full stage and turn up for us.
First off, I would like to thank you all, the City Council, for presenting me with this prestigious proclamation. I have truly enjoyed working for the City of Atlanta, Department of Public Works, for 32 years. The City of Atlanta has been an excellent workplace. It's allowed me to grow. It allowed me to meet many colleagues, council members, mayors, and so on. I have so much pride and honor standing here today to have served the citizens of Atlanta, providing services for them for 32 years, and it has truly been a blessing. So as I leave in this retirement, I honor those that went before me and those that will come after me. Thank you.
And now we'll come up for a photo.
Thank you all very much. The third listed proclamation is going to have to be rescheduled, so we will move now to remarks of the public. We'll now move to remarks of the public. I'd like to remind everyone that you will have up to 2 minutes unless you've been yielded time on the list ahead of time. We do have several today, so I'd ask everybody to please stick to the time. First will be Henri Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Giving unto the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. While they promise them liberty, they themselves are the servants of corruption. For whom a man is overcome, of the same is he brought in bondage. 2 Peter 2nd chapter 19 verse. False teachers are further called servants of corruption, because despite their profession of salvation, they become entangled in the world and overcome by it. I dream James Griff agrees with the white man against me. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. Deuteronomy 18, chapter 18, verse. The will of God was to be discovered through a prophet, not through a diviner, a magic worker, or a spiritist. And that servant which knew his Lord's will and prepared not himself, neither did according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes. Luke 12, chapter 47, verse. To do good here requires including God in one's plans. Omitting God is not merely bad planning, it is sin. We cannot defeat our enemy without Jesus' instruction. I know I can't. Thou shalt not wrest judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift. For a gift does blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous. Deuteronomy 16, chapter 19, verse. Deuteronomy 16, chapter 18, 20 is the introductory call for the appointment of judges and officials who will exercise impartial justice. Christ hates injustice. I had a vision.
Time has expired.
The people are asking for death. You're asking for death when you go against God's word.
Thank you. Next will be Michael Taylor. Up to 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm just here speaking as a participant on behalf of PAD. I would like to say taking away PAD from us is like throwing us back into the lion's den. I would say I'm a 35-year-old black man. I'm on felony probation, misdemeanor probation. I was diagnosed with PTSD February of this year due to the Fulton County Jail, the killings inside of the jail, the stabbings inside of the jail. PAD has been tremendous help to me. They have been the balance in my life that I needed to help me turn around my life. They have helped me with appointments. They have helped me with breeze cards. They have helped me with so many other things, but I know I only have 2 minutes. Before I had my phone, I would go to the library and email them on a day-to-day basis. I would like to drop a few names. Miss Erise has been great. Miss Letitia McCall has been great. Mr. Eugene Walls has been great. Mr. Gar Hogan has been great. My caseworker, Ms. Terry, has been great. As far as responding to my needs and helping me with my push start in life that I need to turn these things around, because the odds are against me. I am on felony and misdemeanor probation. The chances of me going back to jail are very high. But I do plan on beating the odds, and I do believe that PAD has been the difference in me not going back to jail. I have been in PAD since November of last year. I have not been incarcerated. Like I said, I choose to beat the odds, but I do believe that taking Pat away from us would be throwing us back into a lion's den, sir. So I stand very high on Pat. I believe in them. I know that they have made a difference in my walk of life. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Next will be Brother Muhammad. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
I am that I am. I am a spark of the one that you call God, not your root. I'm a spark that knows who he is, whom he is, and what I am to do. I'm here today to talk about ACOT, Atlanta Commission on Women. Atlanta Commission on Women was initiated by Miss Shirley Franklin in 1993. 93. We had a Million Man March 2 years later called on to Washington, D.C. 1 million brothers. So we had about 2 million. Why do I bring that up? Because today, I'm not affiliated with no religion. In your scriptures of your Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, not one person was born from a woman's womb canal. But I am representing that spot. Because it's time now, and Miss Margie would say, you got a sister in the audience, she'll speak later, rent control. When this commission was started, it was started to look out for the interests of women and children and its seniors. But we never have had, based on my comprehension, Brother Muhammad is just one out of 260,000 people in Atlanta. Back then, I lived here, we almost had 1 million people in Atlanta. And we were serving one another well. You didn't come downtown, Mr. Hillis, and see no dark, anti-matter people living on the street. Ex-descendants of slaves, Miss Andrew Boone. You didn't see them walking around without nowhere to go, begging. No, you didn't see them. But why are we seeing them today? Because you got you young people that call the millennium, Mr. Dozier and Mr. Winston, the millennium. Why are y'all not being sympathetic to your people? You had over 20 million people of my brothers of the continent, Mexico, to come over here under the leadership of Biden, the Democrats. And I'm so happy that the majority of citizens of this country, Mr. Shook, and other people like myself decided we weren't going to allow you to have that game no more. We're going to tell the truth. Those that can tell the truth, that they speak on it for the benefit of humanity. Because people need people to have one voice, the will that want to represent the interests of good. You got ACOT, Atlanta Commission on Women. You had a proclamation. Just last time you gave a proclamation, like you give all the time, to members, Miss Oversight, Miss Boone, of that commission. Why? You had a council member, Miss Adrian. She used to be a council member, would ask, why don't we have a quarterly report, Mr. Winston, and let us know what the evaluation of the commission you set up. We ain't had no one to speak about these women conditions since the Million Man March, 1995. We had nobody to speak even when y'all gave the woman the commission. Why would y'all give people this commission? Not to talk about the condition of women and children living on the street? Do you know the woman is what you would call God on the earth? This president that woman represents, she connected to nature. All the elements of nature, we all have that. It's a duality, polarity. You can act like you don't give a darn. You can act like you don't care. But you know, I don't really give a darn about what you care, because it's a universal order of good in nature. The cosmos is a brain. The cosmos already been programmed to think good. They already know it's a natural law. And these elements of laws got to be adhered to. We live in the craziest age, the information age. You can take me lightly. Mr. Mayor had proved it with his program he initiated for the brothers and sisters at the airport, the apprentice program, and you members don't even want them to get their money. The mayor proved it when he started the idea to get some homes built, some houses built. On Martin Luther King, he came up with some idea, but what about you, the majority member of council? When are y'all gonna come up with something? I know I'll be a little loud. I know I'm a little aggressive and calling you out. I'm not calling you out. I'm calling you to do right. It's right that you help our sisters and brothers who can't help themselves. I'm ending with this. Denzel Washington. Y'all know Denzel. He did a narrative on the wolf. The wolf, when he mate with one of the wolf women, he stayed there for life. That wolf and that man. And when that man want to feed his family, the wolves get together and get the food and bring it back to their den. But when their mother and father get in their mature ages, like Brother Muhammad, they feed them with what they have went out and find to feed their family. They look after the poor. They look after their elderly parents. The wolf. And the wolf won't eat no carcass. He won't eat another carcass. And you know, they talk about the animal got instincts. What they tell you? If we are connected to nature, we got laws in nature. I don't care what the government of the United States say you got the First Amendment. You don't have a law greater than nature. You got to submit to it. And until you come and want to do right by the sisters that you see on the street, the brothers you see on the street, you ain't going to have good. Good not going to come to you today. Your time is up. And my time is up. I didn't greet you. In the words of Mayor Metro Hotel, I didn't greet you. Assalamu alaikum. I say.
Thank you. Next will be Mark Spencer. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mark Spencer. I'm a physician in Atlanta and the executive director of Stop Criminalization of Our Patients. We are a collective of healthcare students and workers who care for patients across Atlanta and research the ways in which the legal system it adversely impacts health. Like many, we are both perplexed and frustrated at the controversy surrounding funding for the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative. We were especially shocked by the announcement of the special emergency procurement process through the mayor's office, which amounted to nothing but wasted time. Over the past weeks, you've heard the statistics, you've heard the powerful personal narratives and stories of PAD's positive impact. We're here to offer our additional support for alternative responses through PAD specifically. It is an intervention rooted in sound public health practices and one we have seen work time and time again in our collaboration. An abundance of evidence supports PAD approach to community response for many reasons. One, alternate response is far superior to co-response, an idea that the mayor's office has toyed with. Two, programs rooted in the philosophy of harm reduction are much more successful than corrosive and inflexible ones. And three, lived experience drives superior outcomes always. This is not something easily replaceable with swapping in one program for another. This is built on relationships and trust and lived experience. A diversion center may complement, but it cannot replace the work that PAD does. It is the people and the approach, not simply diversion as a concept, that sees PAD transform lives. We request that you fully fund PAD for the full length of their contract today. In light of the Department of Justice report on Fulton County jails released last week, I would like to also address the Atlanta City Detention Center. In 2022, we sent the mayor and this council a letter signed by over 300 healthcare workers in opposition of the lease of the Atlanta City Detention Center to Fulton County. Yet under the guise of humanitarianism, the lease was approved and has now opened the door to a permanent sale, forced or otherwise, of the jail to Fulton County. What the intervening 2 years have shown us all is that it was never about the space, but a culture of dehumanization and neglect. Fulton must fix its legal system inefficiencies and widespread mismanagement and corruption. By providing them more jail space, we have enabled and at times participated in this dysfunction. We see the controversy around PAD funding as another example of this administration's structurally violent policy making when it comes to community safety. This type of violence, which causes preventable suffering and premature death, is avoidable if we chart a different path. We are requesting the formation of a new committee by January 2025 to address the final repurposing of ACDC when the lease ends. As the 30-year anniversary of ACDC opening approaches, it is past time we use the space to serve Atlanta communities instead of harm them. If we continue to lease or sell this jail, they will fill it. I want to end with the story of a patient of mine. This gentleman struggled with alcohol use for 20 years or so, following some traumatic experiences. In that time, he was arrested and booked at least 20 times in Fulton County and Atlanta alone. For most of this time, PAD did not exist, but most of his charges would have been diversion eligible. In 2023, he was once again arrested. This time, he was eligible for diversion, and PAD did exist. However, he was booked anyways, where he sat in Rice Street until I met him in the summer of 2024, 1 year later. As many of you are aware, high doses of alcohol over many years can cause damage to your liver, ultimately causing cirrhosis. You see, this is what happened to my patient over all these years, and with cirrhosis, you're at increased risk of liver cancer. Guidelines would say that you get a screening of your liver with imaging every 6 months. This didn't happen when he sat in Rice Street for a year, missing 2 screenings. Because for 20 years, nobody asked this gentleman, what happened to you? Do you need help? Each time he was viewed as a problem to disappear. When I met him, he was shackled to the bed. There was an officer at his bedside. He had been denied life-saving medical care, and now he was denied his privacy and dignity. He died a few weeks later in that same hospital bed, the cancer too advanced to treat. How many opportunities were missed to offer care over 20 years? How might PAD have impacted his life if community response was widely embraced? When my students ask me, how can something like that happen in Atlanta? We embark on a discussion not of lab tests and vital signs, but of how policy choices determine who lives and who dies. I want to be clear that this uncertainty and delay, who it really harms. It's our most vulnerable patients and community members. We are here today because we want to help, we want to collaborate. Atlanta must chart a more equitable course forward, and we're happy to offer our expertise in that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tony Jackson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Jackson, and I am the Director of Community Response Services at PAD. I've been with PAD since the start of Community Response Services and have been an advocate in Atlanta my entire life, as I was born and raised here. I resided and received my education in South Fulton, but most of my weekends and summers were spent in Adamsville, where my grandmother has resided off Baker's Ferry my entire life. My first job was at Hollywood Studios in Greenbrier Mall. I graduated from Atlanta Tech's cosmetology program and became an entrepreneur and mobile stylist for a few years. I have also been a City of Atlanta employee, working under Latasha Tucker, then Haney, in Parks and Rec, who is also still a mentor to me today. I also have had the pleasure of working under wonderful Everett Robinson in the law department before coming to PAD. What I'm trying to say is I love and I am invested in my city. And I'm unfortunately all too familiar with navigating the challenges of this city's infrastructure as it relates to support and connection to services. I am also entirely too familiar with the countless lives being stigmatized, disregarded, and quite literally left in the cold. So you can imagine my excitement when I discovered PAD's existence and mission. The last time I had the opportunity to speak with you, I presented the statistical outcomes of my team's hard work and dedication to this city as an agency you can depend on. What I did not get was the opportunity to speak to the lengths we go to support our neighbors. I didn't get to highlight all of the families we've reunited, both locally and out of state. We've helped reunite missing persons, elderly individuals with dementia, as well as refugees. I didn't get to speak to the domestic violence and trafficking victims we've gotten to safety, a personal mission of mine being a domestic violence survivor myself. I didn't get to acknowledge the 5 overdoses we've prevented by administering Narcan and CPR in my time here, 2 of which were not actual referrals, but my team just happened to be in the right place at the right time. To the untrained eye, most people would perceive and even be uneasy about it being involved in such situations, or might even lack the awareness, time, and patience those engagements require. But my team sees them as an opportunity for help and for hope. Even now, with our jobs on the line, we are still going out into the community and giving the same unmatched care we have always provided. PAD is known as a trailblazer and pillar of this scope of work across the nation. We are both recognized and respected by local agencies such as the Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys and nationally by the NFL, who is spotlighting PAD in an upcoming national commercial this December. This will illuminate this progressive city best known as Atlanta. Being a crucial partner in the realization of the new Center for Diversion Services opening later this year is only one of our most proud accomplishments. But for us, this is bigger than politics, proclamations, or celebrations. For us, this is personal. This is life or death. For us, this is about our past clients, present clients, and potential future clients. For us, this is about shifting mindsets and biases. It's about changing the culture. For us, it's about restoring Atlanta and the trust we so desperately need in our city. It's about building community. I often refer to my team as non-emergent first responders, when the truth of the matter is, emergent or not, we are simply first responders and should be respected as such. Atlanta is comprised of more than just city agencies and officials. Atlanta is a mecca of growth and development. Atlanta is innovative and progressive, and Atlantans deserve programs that represent exactly that. PAD is a vital artery in Atlanta's anatomy, and we look forward to continuing disrupting the unacceptable status quo and ultimately healing our community. To close, I'll leave you with a quote from my favorite author, Bell Hooks. She says, "For me, forgiveness and compassion are always linked. How do we hold people accountable for wrongdoing and yet at the same time remain in touch with their humanity enough to believe in their capacity to be transformed?" That answer is PAD. Thank you.
Next will be Jay Wesley Day. Jay Wesley Day, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
I was instructed to use my Michael Jackson voice. So November 20th, in 2 days, this Wednesday, will mark 6 years that I was brutally attacked and left in a coma. And I was ultimately charged with a felony when I had my assailant on camera beating me and taunting me with homophobic slurs. And in these 6 years, no one's been prosecuted. 2 have been indicted, but why haven't they been prosecuted in 6 years? And Mr. Lewis, Antonio, last time we left off, you say, why am I coming after people that look like me? I can't depend on these white people to do anything for me if my own people won't stand up for me. My then Councilman Byron Amos, who I campaigned for, knocked on doors, let him speak to my audience as I was president and founder of the Atlanta Nightlife Task Force, has refused to meet with me. This isn't my first time stating that. My current councilman who has met with me but promised me something that he's yet to deliver on. So it's been my own black people that beat me into a coma. It was a black man that I have learned you're sleeping in bed with through your wife. Keith Gamage is your wife's boss. I could never understand why you would come at me so hard, but now it makes sense. Your wife is the assistant Deputy Solicitor General. So it makes sense why you've come at me so hard instead of standing up for me as you should in the leader of City of Atlanta. I ask for that exact reason that each of you consider proclamations that's being made with fraternization. It's no way that Keith Gamage should have gotten a proclamation that was initiated by this man.
Time has expired. Thank you.
Please consider that. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, you want to respond?
And I never said, speaking to us, what I said, why you only curse and say disrespectful things like that to people that look like you, similar to what you just said, right? And like, once again, you don't mean it. Just like when you keep shooting me DMs, right? On my social media. When you, all of my, if anything, just praying for you. Because imagine what you just said. Imagine what you said last time. You say I'm grabbing. You only said about people that look like you. And that's what I said. Some people hate themselves, though.
Next up will be Devin Franklin. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. As you all know, my name is Devin Franklin. I am Senior Movement Policy Counsel for the Southern Center for Human Rights here in Atlanta. I came to the Committee on Council this morning to speak very briefly about the ability and the capacity of this body to actually take a vote on the legislation funding PAD today. Mr. Faroki, as sponsor of that paper, it is within your power, pursuant to the rules of council, that since it has been held for more than 2 regular council sessions, that you can, in fact, if you so desired, call for that vote to be had today. Going forward, I want to talk a bit about transparency and good governance, and particularly the Open Records Act. At this point, we are all very much aware of the timeline as it pertains to the stalling of PAD's funding. In April of this year, the City of Atlanta released an RFP for mobile response and diversion services. PAD applied for that contract. They were deemed to be the most qualified bidder for that contract. They were awarded that contract on July 26th of this year. Since that point in time, we have seen delay after delay, some seemingly innocuous and innocent, others a great deal more intentional. Initially, there was an issue about whether or not the proper funding number could be attached to the legislation. All right, cool. But we eventually learned at a Finance Executive Committee meeting on September 25th that there was in fact an intentional delay that was related to, I quote, the philosophical differences in how the mayor wanted to define diversion services. So finally, we get to October 30th, and after that delay, we learned that not only were there philosophical differences, there were efforts made by the mayor's administration to actually put out a special procurement process. And so given the history and past that we had seen since the awarding of the contract to PAD, certainly those of us at Southern Center were very interested in trying to figure out what was what. So a couple days after we learned of that procurement process, our public policy director Tiffany Roberts, put forth a open records request to the Department of Procurement to figure out exactly to get a copy of the entire file for that 14-day special procurement for diversion services, as well as emails from different parties associated with the mayor's administration, this council, as well as the Department of Procurement. What we learned is, well, first off, the Department of Procurement failed to respond in a timely fashion. There's a 3-day requirement of acknowledgement for that email, for that request. They did not respond within that 3-day period. Further, when they did finally respond on November 8th, their response was incomplete, as it did not include the legally required written finding of the chief procurement officer as to why there is a special procurement and why it is needed. Ms. Roberts notified the department that same day that the response was deficient, that also that we had not yet received the email correspondence of those parties that we named earlier. And to this day, we have not received a substantive response as to why. So accordingly, we have retained counsel, which as of this morning has emailed the Department of Procurement our final request for compliance with the Open Records Act to provide the required documents by Thursday of this week, lest we take appropriate action at that point in time. That being said, I'd like to address what is also an elephant in the room, because I'm not the only person. A number of us have attempted to figure out what exactly is behind the delay, the cause. What are the actual concerns of those of you who are positioned to make a decision about this matter that is so important to so many people of Atlanta? And there are a few things that I've been told that there are some questions about the effectiveness or the efficiency of PAD. And that being said, I want to name that what should be obvious. PAD is primarily a diversion program. It is not a housing for the homeless program. And in light of the overcrowding and the deplorable conditions at the Fulton County Jail, this body should heavily encourage, and the Atlanta Police Department should heavily use the services that are given by PAD, not just out of convenience, but because it's actually the best and the safest thing to do for those people who are in need. To the extent any of you have concerns about the number of people who are being served by PAD and whether the amount of funding is appropriate for that amount, because I've kind of heard whispers about that as well. I think it's it's necessary that we understand, and I put forth that the same vetting and critical processes that you all are attempting to apply to PAD, you should apply to the Atlanta Police Department and their usage of PAD. Because if quantity of services is your concern, you only need to look at the atlantapad.org website and review the monthly reports that are conveniently published under the tab that is titled Reports. And I was able to quickly access this tab and see that the number of referrals by the Atlanta Police Department to PAD has consistently gone down. I think it's not a coincidence that during the same period of time that the usage of force, the violence by Atlanta police officers towards citizens of Atlanta has increased. And that is because you do not have trained professionals who are dealing with these situations. Nevertheless, we have some packets that are on their way to you. And because I know everyone doesn't like reading reports, we made them color-coded and really pretty so you can track by district the referrals to PAD. Now, as it pertains to additional data that I think is extremely important to you all, I know that some of you all believe that the services that PAD provides are those things that should be at the burden of the county and not the city, that it's a human resource or community resource or some nature of that. I want you all to understand that of the thousands of people who are currently in the Fulton County Jail now, more than 1,100 of those individuals are arrestees of the Atlanta Police Department. I want you all to understand that per the 2022 Jail Population Review Report that you all commissioned prior to the lease of the Atlanta City Detention Center to Fulton County, that report named that of the people released that year, more than 3,300 of those folks, or 26% of them, were people who had divertible charges, or as I should say, people who probably could not have gone to jail and probably could have been diverted. Additionally, there was a report that was released last week from the Department of Justice. That was a report that, if you recall, those of us at Southern Center called for after the publicization of the death of LaShawn Thompson, the man who was arrested for criminal trespass by by Georgia Tech police, and was eventually eaten alive by bed bugs because they did not want to divert him. I encourage you all to look at the one pager that I'm going to give you shortly. There are some very disturbing findings as it pertains to persons with mental health issues and substance use disorders as it pertains to Fulton County Jail.
Thank you.
Call for the vote, Mr. Ferroghi.
Next will be Sherry McCoy. Sherry McCoy. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Type this out because Matt knows I can speak forever. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Atlanta City Council. My name is Sherry McCoy. I am the CEO and founder of Blessing Bags of Warmth. We are a grassroots organization dedicated to supporting our city's most vulnerable residents through street outreach and essential services. I'm here today to speak in support of Policing Alternatives Division, or PAD, a program that embodies Atlanta's commitment to innovative and compassionate solutions for addressing systematic challenges. PAD is not just a program, it's a lifeline. I've seen it. PAD is not just a program, it's a lifeline. It was built by the very people who understood what they needed, by the actual community members that PAD serves. Numerous times, PAD's community response model has ensured that a client we've assisted during our outreach efforts are met with systems designed to help, not punish. Together, we've been able to reach individuals who would otherwise have fallen between the cracks, like the gentleman that was just discussed. PAD's commitment to separating community support from traditional law enforcement complements our approach by creating safer, more accessible pathways to care. Just want to give a quick story of a young lady that I personally worked with that was experiencing an emotional situation that others would have considered to be aggressive. Instead of the police called, PAD came out. And instead of a man in authority, this mother of three, her three were at school, was talked to, calmed down by PAD. I urge the council to continue championing PAD and the innovative work it represents. It is a testament to Atlanta's ability to lead with empathy and to craft solutions that truly reflect the needs of its people. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our community.
Thank you. Next up will be Michael Nolan. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Michael Nolan with In Town Cares. My name has come up a lot in this room in the last year and a half, and my work in East Atlanta specifically, but I'm not here to talk about me or to talk about that work today. I'm here to talk about the critically important work of the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative. 5 years ago, I worked for PAD. It was a much smaller team then. In fact, I was one half of what was then called the Outreach and Harm Reduction Team. That team has grown considerably, and so has the need. And I don't think there's anybody in this room right now, or anyone that might be watching, who can deny that there is a major need for the services that PAD provides. PAD is about more than diverting people from incarceration. PAD also provides a necessary point of connection in a system that has no other reliable non-law enforcement mechanism in place for people experiencing a mental health crisis in the city of Atlanta. That's not all PAD does, but it is an incredibly important connection that may not exist at all if they don't. I am one person charged with managing housing, unmet mental health needs, and active addiction in East Atlanta, which is a large community. PAD makes it possible for me to focus on the bigger picture, ensuring the long-term success of my clients. I need PAD. Atlanta needs PAD. I implore you, call for a vote, make this vote unanimous, and let's get PAD their funding, and let's get beyond all of this delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Denise Wade. Denise Wade. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Denise Wade, and I'm a doctorate of public health student at Georgia State. I also serve as a senior program associate at the Carter Center at the Rule of Law program. In my role at the Carter Center, I support a project that is specifically focused on building policy, awareness, and investment for alternative responses to criminalizing people experiencing homelessness, mental health, and substance use addiction. Today, I'm here to advocate for the continued funding of PAD by the City of Atlanta. In this country, and Atlanta specifically, we have a public health crisis with too many people that are unhoused and not able to receive the treatment they need for mental health and substance use addiction. If you drive around Atlanta, you are likely to see many of these people in crisis today. PAD was designed to address this public health crisis in a compassionate, warm way. PAD shows up for those often forgotten in our city and provides them with services they may not otherwise receive. PAD's work is driven by the community. Community members call 311 to access PAD services. There may be a lack of awareness around PAD's work in some parts of the city, and the Carter Center is here to help raise awareness of PAD, its services, and how to access PAD via 311 in all parts of the city to ensure each district is able to benefit from PAD services. In polling work initiated by the Carter Center, 80% of Atlantans support expanding PAD, and 70% believe that funding for PAD should come from tax dollars and public funding. To conclude, I urge you to consider the profound impact that PAD has had on our community. By continuing to fund this vital initiative, we're not only addressing immediate needs, but also investing in a healthier, safer, and more compassionate Atlanta. PAD represents a beacon of hope for those who are often marginalized and forgotten. Your support will ensure that PAD can expand its reach, providing critical services to every corner of our city. Together, we can build a community that everyone has the community to thrive, regardless of their circumstances. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next will be Ryan Greenstein. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Greenstein. I serve as Associate Director of Public Policy for the Carter Center's Mental Health Program, and I'm here to advocate for the continued funding of PAD by the City of Atlanta. I appreciate my colleague Denise being here as well, and want to emphasize that our joint collaboration between the Rule of Law Program and the Mental Health Program shows this is both a health and human right priority for the Carter Center. In previous roles, I was responsible for supporting implementation of the Federal Prison Rape Elimination Act and advocating for Medicaid funds to be available for incarcerated and returning citizens. I visited correctional facilities across the country, met with wardens, sheriffs, incarcerated individuals, and recently returned citizens. Everyone I met with was committed to lowering recidivism rates, reducing overdoses, and generally improving health outcomes. There was wide consensus that the justice system was not the appropriate avenue for addressing health challenges. Unlike those other jurisdictions I visited, Atlanta is fortunate to have PAD, a national leader in policing alternatives work. PAD's community response approach saves lives, improves health outcomes, and saves the City of Atlanta a portion of the immense financial burden of incarceration. On top of that, as Denise mentioned, polling by our team at the Carter Center found that 80% of respondents in the City of Atlanta support an expansion of PAD's work. By continuing to fund PAD, the city can continue to reap the current benefits that PAD provides city residents. And the Carter Center also looks forward to continuing helping PAD with data collection and reporting, as well as increasing awareness and use of its services across all districts. I want to recognize that the opportunity and any weight from my testimony today is not due to my own background, but because a door has been opened by giants before me at the Carter Center. Tomorrow will be the one-year anniversary of First Lady Rosalind Carter's passing. Ms. Carter championed mental health as Georgia First Lady, the United States First Lady, and co-founder of the Carter Center, alongside her husband, President Jimmy Carter. PAD's work is aligned with Ms. Carter's legacy and history of advocacy for mental health care access. I commend PAD for their contributions to the city and urge this council to continue enabling their life-saving work. Thank you for the opportunity again to testify, and we at the Carter Center are happy to host any council members at our campus for further discussion on our role and support. Thank you.
Next will be Dave Martis. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, y'all. Dave Martis. I'm a nurse at Hugh Spalding Children's Hospital Emergency Department, deacon of Abundant Love Unitarian Universalist Congregation in the West End, and secretary of NPUT. I'm here to read a letter from NPUT. On behalf of NPUT, we are writing to express our strong support for the Office Police Alternatives and Diversion Initiative and to respectfully urge the Atlanta City Council to honor the 2-year funding contract awarded to PAD for fiscal year 2024. PAD has played a vital role in our community by addressing non-emergency issues with empathy and expertise, reducing unnecessary police involvement, and providing critical social support to those who need it most. As you are aware, Atlanta has seen a significant increase in 911 calls, many of which are non-emergencies that could be better addressed by PAD's trained teams rather than police officers. PAD's efforts allow for more appropriate responses to individuals experiencing homelessness, mental health crises, or substance abuse issues. Despite PAD's established track record, we are deeply concerned about the current hold on PAD's funding and the recent shift toward a closed, non-competitive bidding process for diversion services. This decision not only delays PAD's much-needed funding, but also raises concerns around transparency and accountability in the city's funding allocation. We respectfully urge the City Council to fulfill its commitment to PAD by upholding the awarded 2-year funding contract. PAD has earned community support and has demonstrated its effectiveness in addressing non-criminal emergencies while fostering a safer, healthier Atlanta. Continued support for PAD's work is essential in achieving a balanced and compassionate approach to community safety, one that prioritizes appropriate responses over incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Sasha Friedman. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council. My name is Sasha Friedman. I'm a resident and member of PAD's community leadership team. I want to take a minute to actually talk with you about 911. We often think about 911 as something that's been around forever, that people have always known, but it actually didn't exist until 1968. And even a decade later, when there was support from the federal government, AT&T, local municipalities, only 26% of the country was using it. It took significant effort and intention for that to happen and for what is now a second nature response for us when there's an emergency. Here in Atlanta in January, Peter Amon came and told council that the increase in 911 calls has been significant. Of the 1.3 million 911 calls last year, only 3%, that's 45,000 calls, were actual emergencies. If you think about just 2 minutes per call, that's an additional 41,883 hours that 911 is being held up in responses that could have been handled by 311. But we don't have to worry about what 911 had to worry about when they were starting, of building an infrastructure, of getting the telephone systems, of getting the response teams. That is in place with PAD, and they have the relationships, the knowledge, and the commitment to make it happen. They not only know how to give the response, but they know Atlanta, and they know how to meet people where they're at in this city and the partners who can make it happen. From January to October this year, they fielded 1,610 calls through 311. Those were all calls that were able to clear space for emergencies on the 911 line. So I don't think the question is whether or not you all will fund PAD, because I know you will, just like you unanimously voted for funding in 2020. I think it's what can you do with your power to expand PAD, to build on its legacy, just like what happened with 911, to make it part of this vital infrastructure for the city. Because I know when I call 311, I'm so happy that PAD is responding, and I also know that I'm glad 911 is available
Time has
when there's an
expired.
actual emergency. Aren't you?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next will be somebody who just used an acronym of NWOG. You have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Good day to distinguished people of the Atlanta City Council. My name is Dominic Winters. I'm the Executive Director at NWOGBC. We act as a liaison between the local community, the local government, the state government, county government, and federal government as a community informant. We have conducted a survey and an initiative to clean up several districts that you guys sit as council members on, but one in particular that we have an active project on, I'm going to use as an example, okay? Jet Street Avenue, located in District 3. There's a $299 million project and several $1 million projects that's in that district, but for some strange reason, Jet Street and historically neglected areas around this great city has infrastructure hazards that are deemed unconstitutional. We've done cleanups and we surveyed over 100 people in those particular communities, and we've gotten the same feedback. The only thing they get is food from the church. They have to live in distressed areas with trash and litter. They all don't have proper housing. I've had some people mention PAD, but when I heard PAD being mentioned, they say they had a complaint, but unfortunately all the citizens complained that PAD doesn't have any funding, which brings me to my next issue. With these statistics and these real-time surveys and these real-time actions and programs that me and my organizations and the volunteers have put in, we realize there has been a historical situation within public officials throughout this great nation, which is misappropriation of federal government funds. The federal government gives funds to the state gives it to the county, and the county distributes these funds to the city, okay? Most of our issues that we're tackling on are including homelessness or distressed infrastructures, creates a safety hazard, and also impedes on free enjoyment of the people's constitutional rights. We all should have the right to dwell or even preside and have free passage on a sidewalk. When you have Karen Alexander Boulevard, Karen Alexander Street or Road, which is less than 30 feet next to the opening bridge on Jet Street, which is completely clean, and you have Jet Street, which is filled with trash for over 20 years worth of trash. I mean, I've seen cans that had expiration dates in the early 2000s and 2021. So we have years of misappropriation of funds and non-neglecting that has been going on, and NWOGBC will be passing and presenting city ordinances, state legislation, and House bills that can be passed that can better help us serve our community and accommodate and account for allocated funds through these great city council meetings that we have and through these different programs and nonprofits that we fund that are clearly not doing their job. Because if they were, we wouldn't have the situation that we're having with the homelessness, with the crime, because funds are being misappropriated. And that's how we're in my time. I appreciate you guys.
Next up will be Devin Barrington Ward. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Good afternoon. Devin Barrington Ward, former candidate for Atlanta City Council, current troublemaker, expecting father. You know, the reason why I can walk in this building with my head held high after defeat is because I know that my character and my commitment to the people of the city of Atlanta is greater than any title found in this building. It's unfortunate, though, because I would like to see more character from this body. I'd like to see more character from this body. I'd like to see more character and commitment from those who are still in the race for the post 3 at large. Commitment to issues like codifying the recommendations of the OIG, like making sure that the residents of GE Towers Loft have an advocate, like making sure what happened with this pad situation never happens again, making sure that the mother of Devon Anderson, Valerie Anderson, receives justice for her child, making sure that we aren't spending another $1.6 million on the public safety training center that many residents in Atlanta do not want. I've been asked about whether or not I will provide an endorsement in the race for post 3. Here's why I'm challenged by that. I'm challenged by that because when it was time for people to advocate for PAD, many of the candidates that were in that race were nowhere to be found. I'm challenged by that because at a recent debate, when a question was asked about their opinions about what's happening with the Office of the Inspector General, no one had real answers. I'm challenged by that because none of them have addressed the Devon Anderson situation. I'm challenged by that because when we talk about Cop City and my supporters, 28,000 people who didn't need to be bought by $200,000 in campaign funds, but people who followed my record, who followed the issues, who saw where I stood on very important issues in the city, when they are now being asked to show back up for a runoff, they are confused because how are these candidates any different from each other? And what would they be doing any different than this current iteration of city council? We have some challenges here. We have some big challenges, and I'll start with Devon Anderson. We have some really huge challenges here. A young man was killed by an Atlanta police officer with a history of DUI, who has been investigated by Internal Affairs for allegedly choking another member of the police department to whom he was in a relationship with. He caught an obstruction of justice charge. And to this day, no one on council has been able to get an answer from APD or the administration as to why they are waiting to do their administrative investigation, which is completely separate from the investigation that the GBI is engaging in around the murder charges. What we are asking from this body is very clear. An opinion from this body that this police officer is not fit to serve the people of Atlanta. That's not hard. We shouldn't have to wait and hide behind GBI investigations when there is an administrative decision that can be made right here, right now, by the city of Atlanta. You all will say, well, we're not involved in personnel, but you all can absolutely apply pressure to the administration to do the right thing. Why hasn't that been done? It makes me question, what would I have been getting on this body to do? Who would I be coming here to work with? Do the people that are on this body still have the same level of character that I have, regardless of whether I have the title or not? I'm challenged because the situation with PAD should have never happened. The moment that you all got notification that the administration was going to do a secret procurement, a private procurement, an invite-only procurement, City Council should have said no. Why did we need to come down here to tell you all to do that? I thought that this was a government body with checks and balances. You all hear from your constituencies regularly about the support for PAD. And you also know that you all approved a contract. That is the mayor circumventing you all's authority. Yet nobody on this body does anything about it. It's laughable. Cop City, $1.6 million. How much more times is the administration gonna hang y'all out to dry? Do you all not realize that every time the dollar figure goes up, many of you all's pathways to re-election gets harder and harder in 2025? This ain't an election in 2025 where 196,000 people show up. It's an election with 90,000. I know my 28,000 people will show back up. Will yours? And so I just really want to know, where is the character of this body? Are you all willing to push back when you see the administration is engaging in borderline illegal activity to punish an entity that does more good for this city than many of the people on this dais? I'm concerned. But also,
Time has expired.
yeah, time hasn't expired. Time has expired, you're right. It's late in the day. Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ken Roebling. Ken Roebling, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. There are 43 and a half days left in this very horrible year. We don't know what the rest of this year will bring, but we must be prepared for anything. The election is over, and we have to live with the results. Next year, your election will be up. Hopefully, you'll fare well. But the taxpayers of Atlanta may have some questions like, why did you pass 24R 4200 for $900 million of their money without knowing what you are getting? Of course, the mayor could have vetoed the bill, but I have not seen that on the agenda. I also do not know if he has a pocket veto or it becomes effective without his signature. Be sure the taxpayers are watching and will decide next November. Of course, the mayor may want to use that $900 million for homeless shelters. He promised them, but that seems like a lot of money for shelters, unless the mayor is planning to shelter everyone in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Dr. DeJuan Robinson. Due to yielded time, you have up to 8 minutes.
Afternoon, Council. I would like for the audience and everyone to follow this, because this is not an emotional piece, but an intelligent piece. What I don't like is, first of all, I think that if you agree to give someone a contract, the contract should be warranted and it should be given. But what I don't like as a black man, born and raised in Atlanta, when we have issues in Atlanta, this whole crowd come for Pat and we stand up. But when there's black issues, we don't see these people standing up for black issues in Atlanta. We have a city council member that support Pat that was in an altercation with an unarmed black man who didn't even have a flashlight. She called Bernie tow cars instead of calling Pat. Pat didn't come down here and speak to that. Nobody in this audience have spoken to that, but we come down here today to fight for what is an injustice against Pat. I do agree, but y'all can't pick and choose what y'all want to fight for in this city. You're not gonna do that. Oftentimes when I run for office, I have to tiptoe on what I say because maybe I lose a white vote, maybe I lose a gay vote. The hell with that. I'm so free today. I'm so tired of walking on eggshells where I ain't got to worry about that. The hell with that today. We have a council member here is absent. I was watching on the news today. She spoke with a high school group, and a kid in the audience asked her, "Do you plan on helping that black man get his job back?" She cursed the little 14-year-old kid out and stormed out of the meeting. And the principal asked this black mother not to share those details. This is who y'all choose to take up for. Are we babying her or are we scared of her? Which one is it? Which one is it? because I'm tired of walking on eggshells about it. You guys also today passed, you're voting on what you passed last week, I was watching. There was a black cop that bid it on the same contract that Bernie Tokarz bid it on. A black cop who bid it $70. Bernie Tokarz bid it $100. Y'all passed it and gave it to him. $100? And then y'all upped it, and now y'all giving him $1.4 million. When the OIG recommended that he do not do business in the city of Atlanta, you scared Negroes turned around and gave him another $1.4 million extension. I seen 2 FBI officers in here today. I don't know if they're here today, but I seen them walking around there. They looking at procurement. You guys got to be unfearful of going to federal prison. Dustin Hillers, I know you don't look good in orange, man. I know you not. I know, and I know you and Bernie is friends, and I know what you're doing over in 9. They said you got about 3 houses from contractors that you got over there. I know that you bought your neighbor's house for your parents. I might can give you that because when your parents are old, you might want them to be close to you. But you guys are doing some criminal things over there. That too, I try to walk a thin line with because coming from the streets, I live by a certain code that I don't even try to get involved when it comes to police, the FBI, the OIG and all that. But you guys are doing criminal stuff, man. Giving Pat a contract, then say, hey, we backing off. That's not fair. If you guys don't like the stats that Pat is providing and you think that they're only serving, I heard someone say only 7 things a year or whatever, honor the contract and tell them to go away. The city got enough money to pay them and let them just be done with it and do whatever you guys want to do moving forward. But don't do that. I can sit here and not agree that I don't think everybody supporting Pat don't show up when we have real black issues in this city. But I still don't agree with y'all not giving them the money that y'all said you was going to give them and they won the contract fair and square. We got to honor that. But we also got to be, and we got to ask ourselves, are we willing to go to federal prison for Bernie Tokarz or anybody? But in this issue, Bernie Tokarz, he has given darn near every city council member either a max check, health fundraiser for you, but is that enough to go to federal prison for him? Is that enough to go to federal prison for him? Mr. Shook, I met your new guy there who's supposed to take your place. Mezakite, what his name, who was here before Mary? And see, that's what white folks do. I ain't got no competition. You know what they said? Mary gonna step down, Mezakite gonna come back. Ain't nobody gonna run against him. Howard Shook got his person. Ain't nobody, white folks ain't gonna run against him. That's gonna be what it is. But we, black folks, we like to play games amongst each other and be crabs in the barrel. Now, white folks get in the room and say, hey man, I'm retired, you gonna run. Anybody else gonna run against you. That's what it's gonna be. But we still be wanna tiptoe and play games. And y'all think Bernie give a damn about you? It shows how when white privilege is when you get questioned. I read the OIG report. He stumbled. Oh, I was bond chief of staff. Oh, I was over here. White folks not used to throwing rocks down the hand because they ain't got to. But when they get in that room and get to answer them questions, they wouldn't tell on every single Negro that's involved because he don't want to go to prison. His answers to the OIG was, hey man, it was childlike. I don't know. I don't remember. His ass should have been on the YSL trial. I don't know. I don't remember. And y'all think it's cool to keep giving them money. I mean, we are charging parking rate folks. I've seen 20 folks at CT Martin Midnight League basketball game. Bernie Tokarz got 8 officers out there. 8 damn officers and 20 folks in the building. No, man. Nobody's above reproach. And we are letting this white young guy think that he run Atlanta. This arrogant guy really thinks he run Atlanta. When they get drunk, he get to talking too much. Mr. Boy, I know that's your friend, but he will take y'all down to prison over a bottle of gin because he talk too much when he drink. And he really think that he's above the law. And we can't have that. Ms. Norwood, you stand on corruption and you hate corruption, but yet you about to vote to give Bernie Tokarz a $1.4 million increase when the OIG, who y'all voted on, said that she recommended he do not do business in here. See, the problem is when you guys created the OIG office, you didn't think you was gonna get a strong black woman that don't care about taking pictures, wanna be friends with the administration, wanna be friends with council. Y'all didn't think y'all was getting a strong black woman that really stand on corruption and really stand on business. Atlanta wasn't ready for that because we all wanna take pictures and be friends and wanna be cool with this person and that person. Y'all weren't ready for that because y'all wanted America Scene Reed locked up and everybody else. I get that. But now that you done created a monster, we want to tame the monster. We don't want to take the recommendations of the OIG when it comes to people like Bernie Tokars, but everybody else is fair game. So it's this young white 30-some-year-old lobbyist, someone who violated the blackout period. Is he worth y'all going to federal prison for? Because them 2 FBI officers that I seen here today, they watching y'all ass on this about that Bernie Tokars thing.
Thank you. Next will be John Stopp. John Stopp. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be piggybacking a little on that one. A couple meetings back, I came to speak about Councilmember Bakhtiari's behavior at the Oakland Cemetery when she was caught after park hours at a party with her friends, and we all know how that story ended. Sorry, my notes are a little jumbled. I came and spoke about that, and when I was returning to my seat, I looked back and she was glaring at me, and I kind of raised my hands. I was like, what? She told me I should be ashamed of myself. So I went home and I reviewed the body cam footage again. It really only reconfirmed my conviction that she acted in a disgraceful manner and was using her counsel position and connections to inflict max punishment on the guard who was simply doing his job. Councilman Lewis, last week you said, I did see the report, I did see the entire video, and I don't think that the police report matched up with the video. I was hoping you might elaborate on your thoughts, specifically as Dr. Robinson just pointed out. Again, somehow a lobbyist was looped in on the incident and was the one who contacted the responding officer. To me, that would seem highly irregular. And I was just wondering if you could follow up on the comment you made last week about the discrepancy between the video and the police report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I think you heard a little bit earlier, my wife's a prosecutor, so video reports is something I understand. I also understand matching police reports with video camera. And as a person who, as a human being, way before a council person, I saw the video and I also read the police report that were attached, and the police report did not match up with the video.
Was there anything specific that?
We're not going to, that's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Valerie Anderson. Due to yield to time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for answering me. My name is Valerie Anderson, Devon Anderson mother, who was murdered by an APD officer named Melvin Potter, August 5th. And since August 5th, as I've stated many, many, many times before, have not heard anything. At this point, I feel like I don't even have a son. Devon Anderson is my son. And at this point, I don't even feel like I have a son. Murdered by Melvin Potter. Have not heard anything. Am I here to be begging you all to tell me something about what happened to my son? I shouldn't feel like I have to beg. to find out what happened to my son. But that's how I feel. Melvin Potter has been a police officer from 2015. 2018, he has been in trouble with domestic violence up until he murdered my son. Wherever he got, he should have been fired prior to murdering my son. He should have been fired. He had a record enough to be fired. Because if he was fired and APD did their job, my son would be alive today. And I'm not going against that feeling because my son would be alive today. And I'm coming here stating the facts of this police officer, Melvin Potter, which is public knowledge of all his wrongdoing. I mean, what does it take? What more does it take for you all to act about this police officer? What else does it take? What else do you all need? Darren, the chief of police, Darren Schonenbaum, when I met him, he offered me his condolences. Ms. Boone did also. Ms. Boone asked him if he's going to reach out to me. That was in August. It's been 3 months since I lost my son. 3 months. And he has not said anything to me. Mr. Bond, I'd like to thank you for asking the Deputy Chief of Police, Jason Smith, if it's customary for GBI to reach out to the family. He said yes. Did he not? Well, I don't know if it's protocol to reach out to me because he didn't. That was Tuesday, right? And I'm here today. And nobody has reached out to me. So I'm going to yield my time and ask each and every one of you, which one of you would like to trade places with me? Which one of you to know your son got murdered by a useless bum police and not know anything about what happened to your son that day? I know nothing what happened to my son, why it happened to my son. So again, I would yield my time to you all for each and every one of you to tell me which one of you would take my place. Which one of you would get up every day missing your son and crying over your son, that your son left this world murdered by a police officer who he sworn to protect? Which one of you? But this is how I get up every day, missing my son, wondering why somebody murdered my son. Not somebody, Melvin Potter murdered my son. Why? And there's no transparency, there's no accountability, there's nothing. And I'm angry. I'm very angry. Because if one of your kids get murdered by a police, it would be happening. Stuff would be moving. Answers you all would be getting answers. But me, I'm not getting anything. And I want to know why. I want to know why I'm not getting any answers. Like I said, I'm going to show this picture every minute. Because like I said, my son have parents, siblings, and a community that loved him. This man right here. Nobody's perfect, but he was decent. And I love my son very much. I love my son. And I miss my son every day. Every day I miss my son. And like I've said before, and I'm going to say again, many times over, because I want you all to hear me. I'm not going anywhere. Anywhere. Until I get justice for my son, because Melvin Potter should be in jail. The night he murdered my son, he should have been in jail. Because he was still on probation from a DUI. So he should have been in jail. And I want him in jail. And I'm not going to stop until he goes to jail.
Time has expired. Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
This woman lost her son. You got time to take your papers to your fellow council members. There is a process and a procedure. How dare you? And how dare anyone?
Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Overstreet, you have the floor. Councilmember Overstreet.
I am the only mother on council. My heart hurts for you. It truly, truly does. I don't know what y'all are talking about, whatever Mary Norwood, that didn't happen back here with me or any of us. And so I don't want y'all to continue that narrative. No one was distracting me while this woman was talking about her son. Now, my heart truly hurts for you, truly. When my son is sick with a cold, I'm sick. So I understand your hurt, I truly do. I just know as a body, I am not sure what our parameters are around that because it didn't happen in the city of Atlanta. But I want you to know, I am speaking. But I want you to know that your heart is felt and your words are not in vain. I am very sorry for your loss. I truly am. Now, I've asked a couple questions outside of council, and it keeps coming back to the fact that it is not our jurisdiction as a council. But that doesn't mean I don't care about what you're going through. I truly do. I just wanted to say that, and thank you, President.
Mr. Ward, you already had your time, Mr. Ward. Mr. Ward, you already had your time. Mr. Ward, you're finished for today. Adam Wadley. Mr. Ward, you're done. Next is Adam Wadley. You want, Mr. Lewis, do you want to speak to this? Mr. Lewis? Councilmember Lewis.
A resolution being passed by us would also have to be followed by the mayor's office. So they would also have to do the things. So even the resolution that we passed wouldn't fire Melvin Potter. So the mayor's office would have to do that. Thank you again.
Next up will be Adam Wadley. You have up to 2 minutes.
Jason, Amir, Jason, Alex, Howard, Mary, Doug, Dustin, Andrea, Marcy, Antonio, Michael. My cousin-in-law is a police officer in Gwinnett County. His name's Todd Heller. Earlier this year, Todd Heller was featured on a news story because my cousin-in-law was riding down the street in his patrol car and saw somebody there on the street and asked that person how they were doing. That person said that they were waiting on a blessing. Todd said, "What kind of blessing are you waiting on?" My cousin-in-law proceeded to take that person to Walmart and buy them $150 worth of stuff and then left them. He didn't report that. It's been made into a puff piece on some news sites. Some things about that stood out to me were that here is my cousin-in-law going out of his way to help somebody and starting to talk about how, this is his duty to protect and serve his community. He talks about how this is not a job for him, it's a calling. He talks about how the most important thing in his life is his faith. Think about that. We have a law enforcement officer. Is the law the most important thing? Is your jurisdiction the most important thing? I submit to you that just as hatred, destruction, disrespect can be lawless, so love too can go beyond the law. And in these times, it's becoming clear to more and more of us that that's required. And so for all of you, I invite anybody now to say, what have you done? I understand it's not your jurisdiction. What overtures have been made to GBI? What have you been doing on behalf of Valerie Anderson for justice for Devon Anderson? And I just want to recognize that there's nobody waiting to speak.
Time has expired.
And I just want to let you know about the kind of blessing that I'm waiting for.
Thank you. Next up will be Jennifer Brooks. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, council members, for your service. I'm Jennifer Brooks. I live downtown. And I just wanted to share with you, with all of the tension surrounding experiences with Atlanta Police Department, I've had different kinds of experiences. As a volunteer at the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, I have the honor of taking people on guided tours through the exhibits. And for the past 8 years, I've had the privilege of meeting with Atlanta Police Academy cadets, because every class spends a day at the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. So my interactions with the cadets when they're in their training gives me optimism. I see them interacting with the materials, I see them learning, I see their openness, and I see potential in them as they face the rest of their training. APD cadets get more training than any other program in the state. And this gives me optimism. And I know, Councilmember Lewis, you and your constituents in District 12 have had particularly tense interactions with Zone 3. And I just wonder if there's anything I can do to ease those tensions by maybe exposing you in a more positive way towards the policing in your neighborhood. I believe you can expect better, and I believe that APD can deliver better, and I would like a greater degree of collaboration going forward. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I appreciate you. I think that the historical knowledge of public safety in the city of Atlanta is the Red Dogs. I think that people in my community, myself included, my experiences with some of the things that are going on right now in the area are aggressive public safety. We want to go, we know we can't lock our way up out of this situation again. And so my hope is always looking at new ways in which we're doing public safety. If you look at the city of New York, which is a much older city, they've advanced and they're using technology different. And I love what's going on Boulevard. And so I would love to talk to anybody about getting a robot police officer that drives down Metropolitan and Cleveland Avenue, that instead of having more police interaction with people. So I can't wait until we use the advances instead of the older stuff. Thank you again.
Next up will be Leslie Reagan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Reagan. I am a resident at GE Tower, Mechanicsville. I'm here to advocate and address ongoing issues surrounding leasing and property management at GE Tower. Personally, of late, within the span of 7 days, I've gone from signing a lease to getting a demand letter. I was not provided the 60-day notice that has been standard. I've been there for 9 years, and I've been through maybe 7 leasing events, and I was only given approximately 4 days to respond to me renewing my lease. We have been having meetings with that have been, I guess, overseen by Atlanta Housing Authority since, I believe, September. But it seems like they're just not working out in terms of things being better for us as tenants. Just like the situation that I had, that I just described, I've reached out to Atlanta Housing to find out what I could possibly do, especially with the fact that I was not given adequate notice to renew my lease. I have not gotten any response. And it kind of unnerves me that with the renovations that have been going on for almost a year now, that were that involves MARTA Invest Atlanta. There's been no outreach from them, nothing with them trying to reach out to us as residents to see how things are going. I know they've heard that we are having some issues over there, and I just feel like that our demographic value is being exploited so that the owners can get low interest loans and systematically turn over the
Time has expired.
the tenant population that's there for market rate rents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, just
Councilmember Bond first.
just to respond, most Atlanta residents don't know that you can call the Atlanta Public Defender's Office over at Municipal Court, the Office of Kenneth Day, and get free legal advice concerning your lease and potential evictions. They've helped thousands of people over the last almost 4 years, I guess, since during the middle of the pandemic when we passed the legislation to authorize them to do so. So if you're having an issue, you can call them today and get some free legal advice on how to move forward.
Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Reagan, and I know I saw Monica and Matthew as well. I'll be following up with you, as I shared before. I know we last spoke in August with some of the ongoing issues that we've been dealing with Lincoln Capital. I was not aware of the latest issues over the last couple of weeks, and so we want to make sure that y'all know that the full power of our office is behind y'all in this effort. So I'll be following up with you to make sure that we can support y'all going forward. Thank you. Yep. We'll be. Thank you. And I know the people can't hear you because since you're not from a microphone, but I just wanted to say, on the record, absolutely, I'm here with you all, and it's not just us, me saying in the microphone and y'all not hearing from me again. We got the solicitor's office involved last time. The reason why Atlanta Housing came to the table in the first place was because we intervened, and so I will continue to make sure that this gets seen through. And I recognize that every lease situation is different, and that's, we're going to work through it, but know that I hear you, and I'll be following up to make sure that we can see this through.
Thank you. Next up will be Skylar Akins. Sorry. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to be here today. I wanted to call everyone's attention to page 12 of the public agenda today on the consent calendar, item number 21, ordinance 240-1600. Again, this is item 21. This is an ordinance that would award $1.5 million to a company called Cloverhurst Aaron JV for security guard services. I have a lot of concerns with this because on August of this year, August the 14th, your Office of Inspector General released a report that found quite a few troubling things. The first of which was a Form 2 violation, meaning that there were improper communications between city employees, vendors, and other personnel in the city. There was also blackout violations, meaning that the vendor was communicating with other city personnel throughout the procurement process. Second of all, or actually third of all, there were two companies that were originally on this contract. The company that you're awarding $1.5 million to today is 25% more per hour than the other vendor on the same contract. One of the OIG recommendations was to immediately cease and desist, or actually let me be precise in my speech, suspend or debar Cloverhurst from doing business with the city of Atlanta. That's in the report, word for word. So here we are today, 24/0/1600, item 21, page 12, awarding $1.5 million of taxpayer dollars to a company that our own watchdog agencies have said should be debarred or suspended from city business. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of what you're doing today. And one of the final troubling things I should say is that one of the filing officers of this company is a former high-ranking city official. The red flags keep going. Where there's so much smoke, there's definitely fire. These are all in the OIG report that are issued, that are public, and I want to say thank you today for holding the resolution, doing away with the OIG or recommending reform to the OIG, because there's a paper trail as wide as the United States with problems with the task force that's examining the OIG's office in the first place. You guys got a letter today from the National Association of Inspector General documenting several severe process and procedure violations and concerns that they had with the examination that you're doing of the OIG. And it's really interesting, especially as I'm here today, to point out an OIG report that everyone can read, where we're about to spend $1.5 million of taxpayer dollars to a company that has been called out and whistleblowed by the city's inspector general as someone that should be suspended or disbarred from doing business with the city. That's all anything I have. I ask you that you please table or not give money and not award this contract. The people of Atlanta deserve better. I don't think that anyone's trying to do anything bad here. I just wanted to bring your attention to this and ask that you please do better and please read the report.
Thank you. Next will be Jay Zapata. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, hey y'all. My name is Juanes Zapata. I used to work for PAD as a I was their former data manager, and I currently run a farm education program as one of my part-time roles. I'm teaching students from teenagers, high school students, college kids, up until with incarcerated people that are up into the ages of like in their 60s and 70s. And I would say that they're in that leadership and like teaching role. Their ability to actively listen is so much, they are so much more capable than every single one of you here. I would say the majority have like a failing grade in that, and the best grade is a C+, for real. And I think y'all are enacting very actively the philosophical differences that y'all are, that show that, the philosophical differences in which y'all are now choosing to try to jeopardize PAD. You know, also the jeopardization is twofold, whereas not only are they currently having to justify their own existence, but also by being here now, they're not able to operate at their full capacity and be out there right now currently serving people. They're having to be here just to justify why their role is so important. So I like to say, you know, it's not too late for your philosophy to adapt, and that you could actually represent community, but to be able to represent community, you need to listen. You need to be active and not, I've seen 4 council members fall asleep. I've seen so many extended absences, walking away and sidebar conversations, and you cannot represent community without listening. I'd like to also remind y'all that to be able to represent community, since y'all are people that were voted for, that you should not vote in accordance with giving $1.6 million to Brassfield and Gorey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Cody Mason or Mason. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, first I would like to state that I offer my condolences and my support of both PAD and the Anderson family. I'm sorry to have to switch the subject to my circumstances. I'm also a resident of GE Tower. I'll follow up and expound on what Leslie Reagan mentioned. And another thing, excuse me, because I am actually working as right now, I work from home. So I'm kind of gathering myself from a meeting, looking at notes I jotted down on my phone. But that brings me to one of the main points. I have to be here to speak up against the discrepancies and inaccuracies, the injustices at GE Tower, and it's very invasive of my personal life. Like I just mentioned, I have to be here opposed to doing what I'm supposed to be doing at work. Another thing I can mention that is interrupting our daily lives. My son recently attended an event at CT Martin, which Ms. Boone, I've seen you multiple times there, and he's an 8-year-old. He was not able to enjoy himself because this event was, I guess, sponsored or promoted. I know that the mayor had part. He was able to reach out to the mayor, get his card. He lost the bag that had his card. He could not enjoy himself because he, as an 8-year-old, felt it was his duty to get the mayor's information back to me so we can speak about the injustices and the discrepancies and retaliatory actions from management at GE Tower. Again, I'm just trying to keep everything concise. There's so much more that I have to say, but we need some action other than, the previous discussions we've had, Mr. Dozier. There hasn't been much follow-up or any change since our last discussion with you. Like we've been receiving retaliatory actions. It actually seems to have been worsening.
Time has expired.
So, yeah, if we could have that conversation that you were mentioning again. My condolences to the Anderson family and my support for PAD.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you. And just once again, I know we had a lot of robust conversation earlier this year about the issues y'all been facing at GE Tower. I'm going through my inbox, checking with my team. We hadn't gotten an update since our last conversation in August, September, so my apologies for not knowing that there's been an ongoing issue, but we are being as responsive as we can when we find out something's happening. So I'm finding out something's happening, and I'll be following up with you all to make sure that we can get some redress for you all.
Thank you. Next will be Matthew Nursey of up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council. My name is Matthew Nursey. I am with the Housing Justice League. It's amazing that we have this award-winning initiative that helps with public safety and everything like that, but we can't get it, expanded or, refunded because of tomfoolery and shenanigans, always. And also my condolences as well to the Anderson family as well. People in the city are going to be looking to city government to kind of protect them over the next 4 years because as a housing advocacy group, we're expecting complete wire stripping at the federal level. And so these projects like GE Tower that are funded with local taxpayer dollars and MARTA, Invest Atlanta funding, it's really important that, we have stronger contractual agreements and that the community is really involved in these projects. One of the only tools that tenants have in Georgia, because the tenant laws are so bad, being here in the South, is that we can take action by collectively organizing with our neighbors to better our living conditions. That's a right that we have. And right now that right is under attack. GE Tower has clearly retaliated against our most vocal organizers. It is not coincidence that we haven't been able to get leases for these tenants for months and months and months, and all of a sudden, we have these meetings and these public actions, and all of a sudden, we get a lease, and it's, the tenant's rent has been marked up to market rate. They get an 7-day eviction notice, all for speaking out. So again, we're not going to see much help from the federal level. We are relying on city government. Please pass a tenant bill of rights. The tenants in our city need a Bill of Rights. We need to codify protections for organizing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Monica Johnson. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. I am here to underscore how saddening it is that the city government seems to have limited power that they're willing to use in order to support the regular people of Atlanta. I mean, it's relevant when it comes to the PAD issue, when it comes to Devin Anderson, and of course here when it comes to the tenants of GE Towers. We started up with these meetings with Atlanta Housing, which have seemed to become conduits for more of the same, of people being told, okay, we're going to take your information down and we'll follow up with you, and nothing really happens. So, Leslie and Cody spoke about their situations. I know Cody also, her children have not had a bed for months. They just got a bed replaced that was broken by the movers that are receiving money from our government. So I think we need a much stronger oversight process. If the management company that we are dealing with shows itself to lack integrity, shows itself to have mismanaged funds and all these things, I don't think they should have the leeway to be able to evict the tenant that's speaking out. We've said it over and over again, affordable housing in the city is disappearing. We are not meeting the moment. We see another $107 million for a very fancy project in the city of Atlanta in the downtown area for GSU, which seems like it'll probably be another mechanism by which our regular and long-term residents are removed. So we're putting this on record. We came here today because we don't want closed door backside meetings. We want it to be put out in the public, and we want the city of Atlanta to actually stand up for its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Shabnam Bashiri. Shabnam Bashiri. Next will be Pastor Kiana Jones. Due to yielded time, you have up to 4 minutes.
So I'm here today in 2 capacities. And first, I will speak to you in my capacity as chapter organizer for Sierra Club Georgia chapter. And I will say that Sierra Club Georgia chapter is still vehemently opposed to the construction of Cop City, to the decimation of 381 acres of forest land, and the continued pollution of the South River and the South River watershed. We also oppose any further funding for anything at the site. Any further funding coming from the taxpayers of the city of Atlanta should be to perhaps replace some of the trees that you've destroyed and put in other measures that will add to the quality of life of the people of the city of Atlanta. So Sierra Club Georgia chapter continues to organize and to be in support of all who stand against Cop City. Now, in my personal capacity as a community member, the first thing I want to say, Councilwoman Overstreet, Collier Overstreet, I give a lot of criticism to you often, but I want you to know that I see you and I see your humanity, and I do recognize that you were not deterred or allowed your attention to be taken away when the mother of Devon Anderson was speaking, and I know that hit you in a different way, so I do want to appreciate you for that. For those of you that did, particularly you, Miss Norwood, how dare you? I don't know you, but I really want to see you outside sometime. I truly do, because I don't know who told you that you were better than anybody else. First of all, they lied, because I need you to look in the mirror and know that. That's number one. Number two, the type of vitriol that we see from you when people are talking about Black people and their issues in the city of Atlanta is so indicative of what you really stand for. You can't hide it anymore, and I don't know if you ever wanted to. But what I also say to the rest of this council, y'all's time is winding up. and you better decide what you are going to do and if it's going to be the right thing. Don't allow Andre Dickens to keep scaring you into doing things that could land you somewhere that you don't want to be. Don't obliterate the office of the Inspector General because of things that will come out, because what don't come out in the wash comes out in the rinse anyway. It's going to come out at some point, and it is going to be found out. Your lies will find you out. None of us will escape the law of reciprocity. For those of you who won't be returning next year, which is probably the majority, as you go out of these doors from these seats, make sure that before you go, you leave some shred of dignity. I want you to act ethically and with integrity, even if you haven't before. The time is always right to do what is right. People don't like coming up here having to say some of the things that they say. Trust me, this is not what we plan on doing every Monday. But we do it because somebody's got to speak up and tell the truth. And we do it because we know that it's only us who will save our communities, because you all have completely dropped the ball.
Thank you. Next will be Roberta Douglas. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Roberta Myers Douglas, and I come before you again on behalf of the Legal Action Center, a national nonprofit law and policy organization that fights for people to get care instead of incarceration. We have been a staunch supporter and promoter of the idea of Atlanta getting out of the jailing business. PADS services have been a part of the way forward. You all should stand on the ground of what is right and what is best for the residents of Atlanta. Quick civics reminder. We have a 3-branch system of government for a reason. You are one of those branches. You should not allow PAD to fall prey to political antics and bullying at the hands of the mayor's office. You are part of the checks and balances that should be at play here. The fact that we are here still talking about this is truly an injustice. PAD is a community-based human service provider that has been at the forefront of leading this city to innovation and change that has garnered national recognition. It has fought to bring federal and private philanthropic resources to Atlanta and Fulton County to facilitate the service delivery necessary to reach the people who need care and services. It has stood up to the call of improving our public safety response through its role in manning the 311 system. Please honor the approval of their contract. As a community, we hold them accountable about the work they do, just as we do you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jawahir Sherwani. You have up to 2 minutes.
Sorry. I actually lost my note, but hello everyone. My name is Jawahir Sherwani. I'm a Palestinian. I'm a resident of here of Atlanta, Georgia. This is the first time being in here, beside being in the street and fighting for the people, oppressed people, either of colors, of religion, of all the people that I'm in the street with, everybody fighting. I'm talking here, I just want to address the militarizing cops we have here. It's the same programs, they get trained in Israel and they come here and they militarize us and treat us as we are some kind of not a human being. To the residents of American citizen, we get treated here like with some kind of slave, and I've seen that. They're targeting people of color, they target minority, they targeting, I went to vigil 2 weeks ago and was crying the whole time, the way I was crying today, listening to the mothers talking about her child. I'm a mother, and I'm sure all of you are parents. So instead of going against PAD, which I learned a lot today, okay? Why we are fighting of giving funds and supporting the people who speak, and they're in the street, they're in meetings talking about other people. They're actually American citizen. They're homeless. They lost their house. They lost their homes. They lost everything. So instead of we're putting that budget and honoring that budget and giving them all the support, we're here to actually start to talking about how we are going to stop that. So I want to stop. I want you, all of you, to look at us as a human being, as with your heart, not with your eyes. When those cops out there, when they're holding the gun and shooting a black person, they need to know that this black person is not because of the same color as them, he's a human being, and he needs to be treated as a human being, not to be treated as he's a criminal because of his color. As a Palestinian, we are being treated as we are some kind of, we are the terrorists, but we are not the terrorists. Israel is the terrorist. Israel is doing all these things to other people and here in the United States. So please stand up for the right. Free Palestine. Long live Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. We are all free.
Next up will be Jody WMS. Jody WMS. Okay, that concludes remarks from the public. I want to thank everybody who came to speak before council. We will now move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of council. If I may.
Report of the journal.
Yes. I, Corinne A. Lindo, Municipal Clerk at the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, November 4th, 2024 are true and correct.
If there are no additions or changes to the journal, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Lewis, seconded by Hillis. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the journal? We do this via unanimous consent without any objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, if I may take item 1 to 3 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1 is 24C 5139. This is a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Mr. Larry Riley to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Recreation Study Commission. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council. Item number 2 is 24C 5140. This is a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Ms. Cheryl Venable to serve as a member of the Midtown Community Improvement District Board of Directors. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council. Item number 3 is 24C 5141. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Dr. Alan Ferguson to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let all 3 items follow that course.
If I may take item 4 and 5 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 4 is 24C 5142. This is a communication from Tony Roberts, Executive Director and CEO of the Atlanta Bar Association, submitting the appointment of Ms. Andrea Belbia to serve as a member of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council. Item number 5 is 24C 5143. It's a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Jim Wright to serve as a member of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
Item number 6 is 24C 5144. This is a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Mr. Antoine Lang to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 7 is 24C 5145. This is a communication from Daniel Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, ATL 311, staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee.
Let the item follow that course.
Mr. President, if I may take items number 8 and 9 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
24C is 5146. This is a communication from Dr. Clarissa Merrick Harris-White, Professor, Morehouse College, Africana Studies and History Department, accepting the appointment to serve as a member of the Commission to determine the appropriate manner in which to honor the sesquicentennial centennial anniversary of the 1st Regiment of U.S. Colored Troops, formed in Atlanta by Bishop Henry McNeil Turner. Staff recommendation to accept and file. Item number 9 is 24C 5147. This is a communication from Dr. Kimberly Bugg, CEO and Library Director of the Atlanta University Center, Robert W. Woodruff Library, accepting the appointment to serve as a member of the Commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor the sesquicentennial anniversary of the 1st Regiment of U.S. Colored Troops, formed in Atlanta by Bishop Henry McNeil Turner. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let both items follow that course.
That completes the communication items, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any items that are vetoed?
No, sir.
We do have one piece of unfinished business, 24-R-4290. It was held in the breast of council at our last meeting. It comes back before us. Councilmember Winston.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to continue to hold in the breast of council for more cycle.
There's a motion by Councilman Winston to hold in the breast of council once again. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. This is not up for debate, but per code, since this is the second cycle, it needs a 2/3 vote. That means it needs 10 affirmatives. So an affirmative vote is to continue to hold this in the breast of council. A negative vote is to not hold this in the breast of council. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold in the breast of council.
One moment. The vote is open.
Please make my vote in the affirmative.
Councilmember Hillis is also a yay. Councilmember Westmoreland?
Aye.
Westmoreland's an aye. Who else is not reflected? Councilmember Shook? Councilmember Shook's an aye.
One moment.
It's not taking it.
Vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in the breast of council passes. We will now move to the consent agenda, section 1. These are items on page 5 that are for second reading. The appropriate motion will be to adopt, but before we entertain that motion, I would ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, item number 21 on page 12, 24-0-1600.
24-0-1600. Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, with one item removed? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt consent agenda, section 1, with one item removed.
The vote is open.
No, you need to do it now. Councilmember Shook, believe there's an issue.
Yeah. I need to pull 24-016-23, item 15, page 9, for the purpose of bringing in a substitute.
Can I get the mover to withdraw their motion Councilmember Juan has withdrawn his motion to adopt. Councilmember Shook, can you repeat that one more time?
Item 15, page 9, 24-016-23.
Any other items to be pulled from the consent agenda section 1? Now I would entertain a motion to adopt with 2 items removed. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Amos. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with 2 items removed? Hearing none, we can move to a vote. May have to do it via voice vote.
One moment.
Okay.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? One moment.
I'm trying not to look so.
Councilmember Jones. Your vote, sir?
Councilmember Dozier, you want your vote reflected? Aye.
I know when it happened. It wasn't because I played tennis. It wasn't anything wrong. I had somebody with the rust.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The consent agenda, the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with 2 items removed carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda section 2. These are items that begin on page 29. They are for first reading, thus the appropriate motion will be to refer. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open.
Good for you, voila.
How you little people? 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Now we'll move to the report of standing committees. First up today will be the Community Development Human Services Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. We have no report, but I would like to make an announcement if you allow. The Community Development Human Services Committee of the Atlanta City Council will hold its 4th quarter Comprehensive Development Plan Amendments public hearing on Monday, November the 25th. That's at 6 p.m. right here in the Atlanta City Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be the Transportation Committee. Vice Chair Overstreet will be giving the report today.
Thank you, President Shipman. We only have one item that is before us since we had an abstention. Okay?
Yes.
Just one item. So number 1, 24-0-1621 is item 1 on page 38, everyone. An ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis as amended by Transportation Committee, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to amend the fiscal year 2025 General Government Capital Outlay Fund budget on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation by transferring impact fee funds to transportation infrastructure projects in the sum of $20,900,087.00 for the purpose of modernizing traffic signals, communication corridors, complete streets, and intersection improvement projects to increase roadway system capacity and for other purposes. This item came out of committee with a favorable recommendation of 3 yeas and 1 abstention. So the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1621. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion of this motion to adopt? Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was the abstention on this because I requested the numbers that were presented for the impact fee balances were as of FY22. We got an update today that is as of June 30th, 23. We are now at the end of November of 24, and I'd like to ask the Finance Department, how long do we need before we can get the FY24 impact fee balances? Seems 5 months is enough time, but just asking.
Finance Department will respond. Mr. CFO.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Juan, I was resolving another issue, so I missed the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yep. So I had asked to get the current balances on the impact fee accounts. The last report that we got this afternoon was as of June 30th, 23. Just wondering if the June 30th, 24 numbers are available or how long it typically takes before those can be compiled.
We'll work on that right now. I think we should be able to get them to you. We're closing the fiscal year numbers now, so they should be available.
Okay. I'm going to support this, but just, in the future, it's particularly with these types of investments and these, when they come from specialized accounts like this, it'd be nice to have the most up-to-date numbers in advance. But I'll go ahead and support this in the interim.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 24-0-1621 as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
That concludes the Transportation Committee.
Thank you. Next up will be Finance Exec Chair Shook.
All right, thank you. Our first item is 24-0-1623, airport paper notes. So this was pulled off consent, and I would like to move to bring forward a substitute.
Motion to bring forth a substitute by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Any discussion on the motion to bring forth a substitute? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to bring forth a substitute?
All right, let me read
Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion.
Sorry.
On the,
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth a substitute carries. Councilmember Shook.
Okay, the caption reads, this is an ordinance by Ms. Overstreet, substituted by Finance Exec, substituted by the Atlanta City Council, 34 supplemental bond ordinance, supplemented by the restated amended master bond ordinance, City of Atlanta, adopted on the dates indicated as previously amended and supplemented to provide for the establishment of the 2024 airport commercial paper program in connection with the issuance by the city of its third lien airport general revenue commercial paper notes from time to time in support of the airport's project encumbrance authority and for the purpose of engineering on an interim basis, in whole or in part, the costs of planning, engineering, designing, acquiring, constructing, and equipping certain improvements to the airport, to authorize the issuance by the City of Atlanta of its third lien airport general revenue commercial paper notes, Series P and Q, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $450 million, outstanding at any time, to designate the initial letter of credit providers with regard to the commercial paper program, to authorize the form of letter of credit and reimbursement agreements and related fee agreements for the repayment of advances made on the city's behalf in regard to those notes, to designate an initial commercial paper dealers and issuing and paying agent, to approve forms of an issuing and paying agency agreement, commercial paper dealer agreements, and certain other agreements in connection with the P and Q notes, to authorize the preparation, distribution, and use of an offering memorandum in connection with the offering of sale of the P and Q notes, to authorize the City of Atlanta General Revenue Bonds Series P and Q to be issued if and to the extent required to pay for the principal of and accrued interest on the Series P and Q notes at maturity, all to the extent deemed to be in the best interest of the city by the CFO and for other purposes. What the substitute does is it adds some input from financial institutions. I'll move approval on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan, to adopt 24-0-1623 as substituted. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open.
Well,
Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries. Chair Shook.
all right, thank you. Item number 2 is 24C5126. This is a communication from Ms. Danielle Hampton, who's chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the performance contract audit on the Office of Contract Compliance. The motion is to accept and file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to accept and file 24-C-5126. Doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to accept and file this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection, the motion to accept and file.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file carries.
And then we have 24-0-1013. This is an ordinance by Community Development, Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor or his designee to reinstate retroactively to December 19th of 2022 memorandum of understanding between the City of Atlanta and Buckhead Baseball, Inc. with respect to the operation and maintenance of the baseball fields at Bagley Park, formerly known as Frankie Allen Park, for the recreational baseball programs to exercise 5-year renewal option under the MOU commencing December 20th of 2022 through December 19th of 2027, to waive all ordinances and resolutions in conflict herewith, to permit the reinstatement of the MOU, to ratify all actions taken by or on behalf of the city since the date of expiration of the MOU and for other purposes. Motions to file.
The motion to file coming out of committee 24-0-1013 doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
We have several items taken off consent, first of which is on page 10, item 17, that is 24-0-1625. It's an ordinance by Ms. Overstreet, substituted by Finance Exec, supplementing the restated and amended master bond ordinance of the City of Atlanta, adopted on the dates indicated as previously amended and supplemented, to provide for the establishment of the 2024 airport short-term note program in connection with the issuance from time to time by the City of Atlanta's third lien airport general revenue short-term notes, Series 2024 A1 and A2 in a combined term notes, in the combined aggregate principal amount not to exceed $100 million outstanding at any time in support of the airport's ATL Next Plan Encumbrance Authority, and for the purpose of financing on an interim basis in whole or in part the cost of the planning, engineering, designing, acquiring, constructing, and equipping certain improvements to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, to authorize and approve a form of revolving credit agreement and certain other agreements in connection with the 2024 Airport Short-Term Note Program, to exercise City of Atlanta General Revenue Bonds to be issued as takeout bonds if and to the extent required to pay the principal of and accrued interest in the Series 2024 short-term notes at maturity, all to the extent deemed to be in the best interest of the city by the CFO and for other related purposes.
I think you just, those weren't removed. I think that's just, you may be wanting to move those post haste.
Yeah, the motion is to move post haste to the mayor.
Only that item?
No. Also 1623.
1623 and 1625, is that correct?
Yes.
Any others?
Is Resolution 4446 also on that list? All right, also would like to move 24R4446, sent to the mayor's office post haste.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Shook to move 24O1623, 24O1625, and 24R4446 to the mayor's office post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Any discussion on the motion to move these three items post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to move these items post haste? Madam Clerk, please
13
sound the count.
yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move these three items post haste carries.
It's my pleasure to move 24O1592 also be sent to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to move 24O1592 to the mayor's office post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Any discussion on the motion to move this item post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move this item post haste carries.
All right, by way of an announcement, with Thanksgiving upon us, there will be no FEC briefing on Monday, the 25th. The FEC committee will meet on Tuesday, November 26th at 1:30.
Councilmember Faroki.
Yeah, thank you, Council President Shipman. I'd like to pull up a paper of mine that's been sitting in FEC for a couple cycles. 24O1474 is item 10 of the FEC agenda, page 44 of the whole council agenda. This is a paper that was introduced roughly a month plus ago to execute the procurement award for PAD to move forward with 2 years of operational funding. It was held in committee with the expectation that the administration was going to offer, and at their request, and offer some alternative approach that has not yielded any progress. And so I think it's appropriate at this point for us to move it forward. If the administration wants to do something with it on its own after we pass it, that's within their purview. But I think that it's appropriate for us to move this paper forward. I will move to do so, and I appreciate your second. Yeah.
So per code, any council member can pull a paper they've authored off of held after 2 or more cycles of it being held in committee. That's what Councilmember Faroki has done. Councilmember Faroki has moved adoption of 24-0-1474. Councilmember Lewis has seconded the motion to adopt. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this? Oh, yes, someone needs to read the caption. Councilmember Shook, would you like to?
Thank you. 24O1474 is an ordinance by Mr. Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the procurement agreement for the RFP indicated mobile community referrals and diversion services on behalf of the City of Atlanta pursuant to the code section indicated here with the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative retroactively effective from July 1 of 2024 for a term of 2 years and with two-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $5 million for the first 2-year term. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the legislation, but I believe the administration wanted to speak to the paper. So I'd like to make a motion to go into committee of the whole for the purpose of hearing what they had to say.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to move into committee of the whole. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Any discussion on the motion to move in committee of the whole? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move in committee of the whole?
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We're now in the committee of the whole. Would anyone from the administration like to speak to this paper? I see COO Burks.
Good afternoon to each of you. LaShondra Burks, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Atlanta.
to Council President Shipman, as well as other members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to stand before you today to talk about the piece of legislation that is before you. First and foremost, want to really start by saying that the mayor and this administration staunchly support diversion services. And I think it is one of those where we have invested so much that we have shown our support for it. We have, under the leadership of this mayor, we have put forward $5 million allocated for the construction of the new diversion center, $6 million to Grady Hospital as the operator of the diversion center, with another $6 million coming from Fulton County to total $12 million. We sought and received $5 million in federal appropriated spending with the assistance of our very own Senator Warnock, earmarked for the construction of the diversion center, including a $5.3 million pre-arrest diversion services incorporated contract with PAD, totaling right at $22.3 million from this administration alone to pre-diversion services. I will say, I know that there's consideration on the floor today, and for many reasons, I would ask that if you move forward with this consideration, that you do so for 1 year. All the reasons why we think 1 year would work: we want to go back and begin some contract negotiations. And a part of those contract negotiations, the administration will include a greater accountability to include some key metrics and indicators that many of you as council members have suggested to us. And we would also like for the approximately 20 questions that were asked of PAD from the Public Safety Committee to also be answered as a part of those negotiations. And just to give you an idea of some of those 20 questions that were asked in the last Public Safety Legal Administration Committee, questions around PAD diversions by council district, discrepancies of PAD diversions by police zones, robust conversation between administration and Fulton County about the future of diversion services overall. There was an ask for a breakdown of their budget and expenses for FY24, as well as an organizational chart. Those were kind of recap of the 20 questions that were asked by members of that committee that we have not received answers to yet. I also want to go back and just look very quickly at two of the most recent monthly reports that we have received. Specifically in September, we had a total of 54 diversions citywide from May to July. 25 people, that's 46%, were arrested but diverted by prosecutors post-booking because they were eligible for PAD. Let's look at October of 2024 PAD reports. We had 18 diversions, 73 business engagement through outreach, 148 calls to our 311 center. Of the 148 calls to the 311 center, we had right at 2 people referred for housing and 1 person to be reconnected with their family. The majority of the services that were provided to those 148 individuals were around food and supplies on site. And what we also know, if there are more than 3 people at a particular site for a 311 call, that is considered an encampment and you cannot receive services from PAD. So what we have seen, and which is why we have asked that we do some more work around this and do a little more research as we continue to partner with Fulton County around the Diversion Services Center that we have opening this month, as well as the new Fulton County Oak Hill Behavioral Center that opened, which we are beginning to partner with Fulton County on. Again, what we have seen is a huge increase in funding, but the numbers beginning to trickle down. And that is a cause of concern for us, which is why we want to do a little more research into making sure we put some very strong metrics in place. I do have Chief Sherbaum here, who would just talk a little bit about, I've talked to you about the 311 diversions. I would like for him to talk very briefly about the APD diversions and the services that are provided to APD. and how Grady has been working very, very closely with our Atlanta Police Department, having officers over for visits to the new diversion center so that they understand what services they will receive. So basically now, if APD calls PAD, there is about a average 20 to 29-minute wait for someone to get there. With the new opening of the new diversion center, an officer would be able to drop off an individual, and the max time that they will spend there is 5 minutes based on the process that Grady has defined. So I will let Chief Sherbaum speak briefly and then come back and answer any questions if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO, Mr. President, members of the council. Darren Sherbaum, Chief of Police. I've had a relationship with PAD since its inception. It was actually the major of training at the time that we rolled out the program in the police department. And as Zone 5 commander, we were the #1 zone for referrals. I believe in diversion. We cannot send our officers to these unique calls that they are called to without providing them the tools and the resources they need to navigate these type of calls that they are called to, which oftentimes are quality of life, but certainly around mental illness, economic depravity, as well as alcohol and drug dependency. During the time as Chief of Police, I continue to promote the diversion program. Very, very excited about the center because I believe the diversion center is going to address some of the key barriers that we see within the police department around PAD's effectiveness. When you look at the availability of PAD, it does not match the business model of the Atlanta Police Department. We are a 24 hours a day, 7-day-a-week operation in all weather at all times that we're required to be of assistance to our citizens. The diversion center is going to allow us to make sure we have a resource that is there around the clock for us. That regardless of where you are in the city, you can transport an individual in need to the diversion center. If PAD is not working that day, diversion resources are still working. If the navigation team is already tied up, diversion resources are still working. So that will allow us to address what we see as one of the barriers. Secondly, under the current model that is addressed through PAD, the individual has to be able to give a voluntary consent. So if there is an impairment of drugs or alcohol, PAD, as it's currently crafted, is not a viable option for connection to services. Again, the diversion center, which has grown with the concept that was developed back to the original concept of PAD, will allow us to take individuals there and to a medical center where we're able to turn individuals over to that area to provide the medical treatment they need if it's related to being intoxicated or being impaired at that time. We also want to continue to grow the trust of our department to understand that diversion is not a silver bullet. It is a tool to be used, and we continue to make sure our officers, when they see an individual that is back in the same area committing the same offenses that has been referred to PAD, that this is a process, and now we will have the ability to use the center, which is 24-hour, to keep engaging that. So it will allow us to approach those faceted barriers that we've seen to what I believe maximizes the full effectiveness of the diversion program. And certainly open for any questions that you all may have for me as well.
Thank you both. We do have a few questions. Councilmember Lewis.
And thank you, President. I have a couple of questions. I think the first one was surrounding around what CO Burks, you mentioned that you are in the last public safety meeting. We asked about 20 questions. Are you talking about this last week's public safety meeting?
The last quarterly presentation from PAD.
Gotcha.
Which was within the last couple of meetings.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you. That changed. That erased all those questions for me.
Sure.
Thank you. The next question I have was are we looking to, with the new procurement, are we looking to subtract or add new services to divert? Similar to Chief Sherbaum, I believe in diversion. Similar to you, I believe in diversion. This council, we've been very adamant on making sure that $22 million is actually spent. I think we have the most progressive council, one of the most progressive councils we've ever had. And we've been making sure that PAD is funded in ways that has never been funded. We've been pushing the mayor's office to make sure that diversion, Councilmember Keisha Waits fought for that diversion center so hard over there. So I want to make sure we include the balance of power of both of us working together to make sure we brought them up. So are you looking to subtract services or add more divertible services to the city?
And that's what we're asking based on, if you move forward, that's why we're asking for a year, because that gives us a little bit of an opportunity to look to see how well the Diversion Services Center will operate. It will have a lot of metrics around that. we'll be able to come back and see where some of our gaps are, which will also help inform some of the additional services or different services that we feel we will need. So that is where we are with that. Again, extremely supportive of pre-arrest diversion services. And I know you have the commitment of this mayor that it is in no way our intention to take away, but to add to in as many different ways as we possibly can.
And that's where I am too, with adding and not subtracting. So thinking about some of the things that that Police Alternative and Diversion does, thinking about some things that our police department does, but why don't we look at adding other organizations included with these, but not subtracting them? Because PAD has been so good at making sure we push the city on making sure that diversion center happened. We didn't come up with that on our own. That side didn't come up on their own. This was a partnership. And so with them being the premier partner in the country, according to some of these news articles we've been getting, and that people are copying off of what we've been doing with PAD across the country. And so I think it's time we add other partners to it instead of subtracting partners from it. And so I agree with you there. And lastly, and looking at just the growth of it, I'm happy to be a council member this past 3 years and to see this growth of PAD. It came with the growth of 311. And so my question is, as 311 has grown as a city, because we saw more people needed to access it, we use AI a lot, because 311 is now 24 hours, but actively is only, from 7 a.m. until 12 p.m. with people there.
To midnight.
But with AI, it's 24 hours a day. And so are we looking at, because PAD grew with 311, from what I'm looking at, their hours expanded the moment 311 hours expanded to 12, they did. So are we looking at expanding 311 to 24 hours so that, because looking at PAD expand the same day that 311 did, if 311, are we looking at expanding it to 24 hours, 7 days a week so that PAD can expand with it?
Okay, so I think a couple of questions you had in there, and correct me if I'm answering you wrong. One is, I think the pre-arrest diversion center, the diversion center, will be open 24/7. So that is the place where APD officers can take 5 minutes max to drop off. I cannot necessarily agree that the same day 311 extended their services, that that PAD extended their services. I cannot confirm that. But what I can say is, even if you just look at October with their expanded hours, 148 calls from 311. Of those 148 calls, 2 people connected to housing, 1 person connected with their family. And the majority of the other services were given to them on site. Whereas with the diversion center, an officer has an opportunity 24 hours a day to drop off an individual and not provide them resources on the street and leave them there.
Thank you. I think the one thing that PAD has been trying to tell us is that their job is not to do housing. And so that's why I was asking if we can make sure all of the partners were involved in this, because if their job is to do this, and on that, just thinking about those questions that you said that the public safety, because I asked a lot of them. And so one of the questions I asked is mainly the police, the APD department. It was, how many times have police actually called PAD? Because I wanted to see that number increase, like with the other ones. And I've been trying to watch it since I got elected, and particularly Zone 3, because the growth hasn't just happened there. It just hasn't. And so I just wanted to know how often are police, the APD, actually using PAD, because I think that's the best route, because that jail, Rice Street, that's a real thing. We don't want to take nobody there. We can't lock up our way out of this issue. And so if our police officers, the best trained, if you listen to anybody in the world who comes in here, they always say APD gets more hours training than anyone else. And so if this is a part of their training, I want to know, because I've been asking the same question for 3 years, has that increased? Have APD trying to divert calls, has it increased? I want to know, has that happened?
That has not. You have seen the numbers go down. And you will see that in all of the monthly reports. And I think you heard it from Chief Sherbaum himself. Some of it is officers adjusting to the hours where the services are offered versus the hours where they are needed. And so the diversion center will provide that 24-hour operations, operating the exact same hours as APD, which is 24 hours. So if there's an individual who APD encounters who needs assistance, no officer will have to remember what hours of operation we're operating on. They can take that individual to the diversion center to be serviced and can leave within 5 minutes, which is how it is designed to work.
And I've seen it in action because Colorado already has it. And being a person who advocated for the Fulton County Rehabilitation Center, before I got elected, it wasn't even a thought. That center wasn't even a thought. And so I know what we did to get that center there. I know the purpose of it. I know what it's going to do. The thing I've asked APD and PAD is to make sure they're connecting with Fulton County, because I saw disconnections with both of them on going there. And so I agree with you. My only goal is that we add more services and not operate in the manner that we're operating in with special procurements, because we typically don't do special. It's just it's not normal around here.
Yes, it is.
Not after we've given the contract. So I agree. You said yes, it is. So I say not after we've given the contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Faruqi.
Thank you, Council President. First, I do want to acknowledge that this body, this administration has been supportive of pre-arrest diversion services. I think that's a continuation and a evolution in the right direction from previous administrations and previous councils. It's, I think, a model of public safety that we all embrace and want to continue to see grow. And in some ways, this discussion is around making diversion services even better. However, I find the administration's position a bit confusing at best and revisionary and a bit gaslighting at worst, because I find that, and correct me if I'm wrong, this administration issued an RFP through its executive branch. PAD responded. Y'all awarded a contract to PAD. We introduced a paper. My name's at the top of it, but it was prepared by the executive branch for me to carry because we believed in this RFP. And somehow, over the last 5 or 6 weeks, y'all have had a change of heart where you want to move the goalpost in a way that, to Councilmember Lewis's point, is exactly right. This is not common behavior that happens in these processes. If y'all want to cancel the award, cancel the award. But to come in here and say, oh, now we want to put some KPIs in the RFP, or we want to shorten the time frame of it, y'all had the opportunity to do that. You issued an RFP. And so you're either telling us, either A, we want to move the goalpost, B, you have buyer's remorse for some reason that's still not very clear, or C, you're acknowledging that you issued a poorly worded or bad RFP. And we've had 4 to 6 weeks for some direction for the administration on this issue, and I've heard different things have come across the second floor as to the direction y'all want to go, and it's changed over time. And so I guess my question to you is, what's changed since the executive branch awarded this RFP?
Sure. So thank you. And if I had to choose between A, B, and C, I would ask you if it was a D for none of the above. So I will tell you one of the things that has changed in great detail really was around some feedback from several council members around wanting to put some additional metrics in place that we probably had not thought of. I will tell you the other thing is when you start on a scope of work and you go through a full RFP process, sometimes things change. And one of the things that has changed since we did that is, one, our much better relationship with Fulton County around diversion services and being able to partner with them and learn of the new things that they are doing. When we first did this, many of us didn't even know about the new behavioral health center until we got an invitation to the groundbreaking. And so as we continue, and Fulton County and our conversations have thoughts and plans to do more than that and continue to partner with us around diversion services. So one of the reasons we were asking you today to even consider if you want to move this forward is for 1 year. It gives us an opportunity to finalize some of those partnerships with Fulton County to kind of see the direction that the county and the city collectively can go to as it relates to diversion services, and take some of the input from many of the council members on this dais.
So what you just articulated was one of the options I gave, which was a poorly worded RFP, if you're now having second thoughts about what you included in the RFP.
Well,
That's
okay,
just, it's not a question, it's a statement.
Okay, thank you.
The second point I want to make is you were quoted earlier as saying that one of the second givings you're having about PAD is that when they interact with someone on the street, only a certain limited number of times is someone reconnected with family or connected with housing. And that, quote, the rest of the time they quote, leave them there. That's their right. It's an individual's right to say, I want to stay on the street, right? We may not like it all the time. I may not like it in my neighborhood. My residents may not like it, but PAD's job is not to abduct folks from the street and move them to a different part if they don't want to go to a different part of town, right? The same holds true for the new diversion center. Anyone can stand up and walk out of that diversion center if they see fit. And so I find it a little bit disingenuous of you to say PAD's failing because they're leaving folks on the street when it's someone's right to say, no, I appreciate you offering me a meal, connect with my family, whatever it may be, but I'm good. And so I just want to make that point that the same is going to hold true of the diversion center, which we all have high hopes for. I think we're all excited about the diversion center. PAD was a champion of the diversion center and called for its establishment. It holds enormous promise for how we more thoroughly throughout a 24-hour day and holistically help folks who need assistance. But to say that it's going to result in fewer people being left on the street, we don't know that. It just kicked off. And so I think it's a little unfair to hold that up as a comparison when that's not the entire purpose of PAD. Now, I don't have any allegiance to PAD as an entity. I mean, I know many of the people over there. And if there's an alternative organization or entity that could fill the administration's desire for mobile services, then cancel the RFP, cancel the award, and reissue it. But y'all have put us in a very difficult position by kind of putting the burden on us to navigate your anxiety about an RFP that you awarded. And so my position remains the same. When we come out of this committee of the whole, my motion is going to stand to award the contract as it's been awarded. So thank you.
I appreciate that. I do want to, and I know that those were your statements, but I do want to say I never said that PAD failed. So I did want to correct. You never heard me use those terms. So I don't want anyone to leave out of here thinking that I said that. But what I presented to you were actual facts around the services. They do offer navigation care services, but I presented the facts around the reporting that they have provided to us.
Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam CEO and Chief, for being here to discuss this. Yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of the sentiment coming from my colleague, Councilmember Faroki. I think the most troubling piece of this to me, even if everything, I shouldn't say even, if everything you say is true, it doesn't explain the special procurement. It doesn't explain that none of these new requirements were even included at that. And the diversion center is not a new phenomenon. We knew that it was coming. So there's a lot that just doesn't add up and make sense. And it's problematic for me to then say, yeah, I trust them, and yeah, that's right, we need to punt this another year or 2 years. I have real challenges with that. I want to talk about the statistics that you raised because, yeah, I agree. If you take those in a snapshot, it's problematic. But I've heard from you and your team in all the conversations we've been having about the encampments in my district that these interventions and these engagements take time. So you can't, on the one hand, ask me to tell my constituents that things take time and then criticize PAD for having, the results that they have, because again, it's something that you and Partners from Home have been telling me. So there seems to be some discord and dissonance in terms of the messaging I've been getting from y'all on that as well. I also, Chief, I respect you. I know you mean what you say, but the notion of the 5 minutes out of an officer's time to deal with this, I can guarantee you, if you pick someone up at Lindbergh under one of my bridges, it's going to take more than 5 minutes to get down to the diversion center. I promise you that. My people don't want APD beat officers addressing this when there is another very viable service doing this. So in the last series of annual meetings in my district, that's what everybody's been saying. I don't want to call 911. I don't want to call 911. I want them fighting real crimes. I want a different service that is specialized in this. And so the last thing I'll say is that the Diversion Center, I agree with Councilmember Farokhi, it just opened. And to me, this is a yes and proposition. It's not an either or. I believe that PAD, as much as this whole process has been frustrating for all of us in terms of the engagement on all sides, I do believe PAD is mission driven and wants to do the service. I also do believe that they want to, given the success and the testimony they have, they want to adapt with us. And I do believe that they will work with us over time. I don't know that we have to have metrics in a contract to be at the table with them to go, hey, can we adjust? Can we do this? We're seeing this with the Diversion Center statistics. This is what APD can do in a situation where y'all can't serve during regular hours, but we know APD is going to be there during the hours you're not. And so I'm befuddled by the resistance and the shifting. And again, nothing troubles me more than that special procurement. That to me changed the dynamic completely for me. And it was, when I learned about it after I had signaled to y'all I wanted to move this paper forward, all of a sudden there's a special procurement. That's when things started smelling funny, and I'm not convinced that they haven't stopped smelling funny. So I'm ready, and I think 2 years, the paper is written so that it actually goes back to June 30th. We're already 6 months in. You asked for a year, that takes us to the end of next year. We might as well just go the full 2 years as was promised in the original RFP. We have plenty of time to figure this out. And so I hope that the result of this horrible process up to this point will be a more collaborative posture from us with y'all. Yes, get us the answer to our question. Yes, PAD, please answer and accommodate what council members' concern is. I think you've understand the resistance at this point. But let's just move forward. It's getting cold. This is when I start getting really anxious about our unsheltered population. I've had 3 bridges go down in my district. I don't want a 4th, and I don't want it to be because we're squabbling over stupid contract stuff. So I appreciate it, and let's just go. Let's move this.
All right, if I can respond to that, Councilmember Juan, just a couple of things you talked about, Partners for Home and all the conversations we've had around relationships. Certainly agree with you on that. One way to build relationships is to constantly go back and build that relationship. A one-time touch does not build a relationship. So I did want to make a comment on that. As it relates to the drive from Lindbergh, certainly agree that that takes more than 5 minutes, but the contract, if you move forward with it, does not include PAD bringing people to the diversion center. And so I want to make sure that there's clarity that you will not get that service if you move forward with this agreement. And then talking about a yes and on the diversion center, which is why we have asked, for the 1 year. But I just wanted to make sure that you understood that moving forward with the approval will not stop an officer from Lindbergh to driving to the diversion center.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam COO, for your presentation. Thank you, Chief Shervon, for your comments and for your commitment to PAD over the years. I feel like I need to say this first. I've voted to support PAD, and every time it's come before me. But I think some people, it gets lost on people that we've done that as a body. And I'm talking about going all the way back when it was just conceptual resolutions before there was an entity that was PAD. We have voted to support diversion. Yeah, all of those types of programs. My concern about our existing diversion center and why I was not excited about it, because I'm like, why would we put a diversion center for services at a place, returning people essentially to the place of some people's trauma, which is the jail? Why would you bring them back to the jail, right? So you imagine how terrified some people are going to be when they find themselves being driven up to ACDC. But that notwithstanding, I do support the legislation, but I also want to say something to the public and the supporters of PAD, the organization, not the principle, that, you know, when you buy a new car, right, you never not do maintenance on that car. You never not replace the tires on that car. You never not get that car tuned up. You never not try to improve your vehicle to keep it running. And I think that's kind of where we are between ourselves and Fulton County. There's an old African fable about 3 blind men and an elephant. And each one of those individuals has a different piece of the elephant, and it looks different. Their feelings, their sensations, their experiences with the different part of the elephant that they may be adjacent to is very, very different. And I think that's probably a fair assessment of where we are between ourselves and Fulton County in providing these services. And so I think PAD, the organization, and the way it's connected to the city, the way it engages with the city, it has to evolve, because obviously it's not effective, right? I mean, if you're only serving 3 people out of 150, that's not effective, that's not working. Even if it's the people's choice not to accept the choice. So we have to find a way to improve those services along with our new, I guess, diversion center. And at that meeting that you referenced, Ms. Burks, when PAD gave their last quarterly presentation, Mr. Westmoreland and Councilwoman Bakhtiari came out that they're supporting an effort in East Atlanta, which really blew my mind, because they have a micro-regional approach to dealing with those who are unhoused and challenged in that particular area of the city. But I guess what's missing from the equation when you look at the way that PAD reacts or PAD is referred is that they are building a relationship with the people who are unhoused who are in that area. So what I would challenge and humbly suggest that the administration do, that over the next period, as it seems that this contract will probably be awarded, you know, what was it Johnny Carson used to do with Karnak? It says, it'll be approved. And, you know, we used to imitate the psychic. And so it'll probably be approved as is, because I don't anticipate anybody doing a substitute. But over this period, there needs to be an evolution in the way the service is provided, because the pushback that has been, I guess, perceived by those who support PAD, it hasn't been that people don't support pre-arrest diversion. People are dismayed at the data that they're seeing coming out of what's going on with PAD. And we're spending money and we're held accountable for that money being spent. So if I said all that to say that if some combination of a future version of how pre-arrest diversion services can be partnered, melded, merged with what's working in East Atlanta very effectively, because of the relationship they're able to build in a micro-region, and I guess added to or attached to reacting on a daily basis to calls for immediate help. If there's some kind of regional nodes where these issues are prevalent, like perhaps in District 6, perhaps, you know, north or downtown, perhaps in West End, that imitates or, you know, kind of what's going on in East Atlanta, and some type of emergence of that seems to be important. You know, and that would seem to me to be more effective. A long time ago, when I was in college, I worked in the corrections department for the city of Atlanta. And, you know, I worked in the days that when a convention came to town, you had mass arrests, they called it street sweeper. They would bring the bus in, and you didn't see any unhoused people during certain times and certain events in the city. But you also had people who were chronically within that system, and they got to know the police officers that arrested them, almost to the point where, because of that relationship, they say, Officer so-and-so, don't charge me with this, charge me with that. I want to go to Key Road for 4 months, not 6 months. I want to get off the street during the wintertime. It's those types, you know, I'm attempting some levity on what is a very serious conversation, but it's the building of relationships that helps get these folks stabilized, and it has to be more than just a 311 or 911 interaction. Because if you've been on the street and you may have some issues or just simple distrust, you may not want to take advantage, if you've had a negative experience or some type of negative interaction with law enforcement or the city, you may not trust it. So they may not benefit from it. But obviously what they're doing in East Atlanta is effective because they've got a person on the ground or persons on the ground, and they're building a relationship with the people in that immediate area. So I would make that suggestion that in the way as you look to redevelop that perhaps PAD evolves into something more like that. And then secondly, we operate a water sewer plant with Fulton County in the form of an authority, correct? Perhaps we need an authority to establish a joint authority with Fulton County around these issues, so that could be something that they can manage it, and so that we would always be abreast of what the county is and should and ought to be doing, and likewise on this side of the equation. And that way, when we continue to jointly fund it, we know what we're paying for and we know what to expect. But, that's a contract. Right, we have a contract with the county on the pets, but we actually have an authority that operates a water sewer plant up in North Fulton with Fulton County, right? Yeah,
Water.
yeah, with underneath watershed. So if we were to formalize it something like that in the way of ultimately, it's not going to happen in 2 years. Well, we could create an authority in 2 years, but it's not, what we're doing is not going to happen overnight. But as we step to move to develop how we're going to provide this service, and people have to be honest, every person we help, they're replaced by 2 or 3 other people every single day in Atlanta. So we have to do something that's more permanent, more substantive, and expands this vision. Because, PAD has started out for all of its, all of the fight and enthusiasm. It's an experiment. And there's nothing to say that we shouldn't be improving upon this experiment. So those are my suggestions, for today.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Lewis.
I typically don't get to add any institutional knowledge to Mr. Institutional Knowledge, but the city of Atlanta has done this before. We've been leading from the front on this particular issue. My esteemed colleague mentioned that what we're doing at ACDC and with the diversion center, Gateway, used to be a jail. When I talk to people from Atlanta, I'm from the city. So I got people who don't want to go to Gateway because that's the jail to them. And so I understand fully what he's saying, but to me, we're changing their mindset, because if they do go in, they get resources that they need. And so we're leading from the front on that. And my mindset on ACDC 10 years from now, because God willing, I'll be around for a while. My mindset is that takes the same mindset as Gateway one day. C.O. Burks, I think you mentioned, I want to make sure that I heard you correct, because I know it's something I've ran for office talking about the rehabilitation center. Did you say that you all didn't know that was happening?
No, not initially. We did not. We did not know about that was something that the Fulton County worked directly with the state on, which also speaks to our ability now to partner better with the Fulton County on various things, but especially around diversion services and the new partnership that we are building with them. And literally just met the other day, and they have asked that we work with them on connecting them with APD so that can also be a drop-off point for APD as well.
So they didn't work directly with the state on it. I've been working with Fulton County, the state, and the federal government since day one, and that means the city. We actually had to convince the community to turn the center from what it was into what it is today.
I'll say our office. You may have been, but not our office, and there was no city funding put in.
And are we sure that your entire the administration didn't know that we spent $20 million on Metropolitan and Cleveland Avenue, almost $20 million to build a space for 5,000 people? I just want to make sure.
For 5,000 people?
Yeah, it will service 5,000 people per day. 100 people from Grady Memorial Hospital will be there every single day. And so it was a
We didn't
longer
put any
transition.
funding into it.
Okay. I appreciate
All of that
you.
went through Fulton County.
So it didn't. It went through three different branches of government, and we actually wrote letters of recommendation to receive the funding. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So Gateway used to be a jail, so we've done it before, and the mayor's office did not know the Fulton County Rehabilitation Center was coming.
Not it's when it first started. No, at some point along the way we did, but not when it first started. No, we did not.
Okay.
And we were glad to be a part of the opening and glad to now be able to partner with them.
So they've been partnering with the city, but I guess that's why I've been asking in the public safety meetings, why isn't PAD or why isn't APD connected with that service? But if there's any kind of way that we can work better with Fulton County, which is why today I'm so nervous about what's going on, to not know about that and to give them our jail, right? So Sheriff Labatt has our jail, but
You're
Fulton
talking about
County-
ACDC?
Yes.
No, I'm talking about the new one in your district.
I know,
off of
I'm
Cleveland
just
Avenue.
putting them together
Oh,
in
okay.
one sentence. I said to
No.
not know this is going on, to not know they're doing that, and we just gave.
No.
Thank you, President.
I think you have it confused, council member. Of course, we knew and worked very closely with Fulton County on the ACDC piece, which is what I talked about in my opening remarks around the $5 million for the renovation, the $5 million from Senator Warnock's office, and partnering with Fulton County on the day-to-day operations, $6 million a year from each organization. I was referring to the new Oak Hill Center for Behavioral and Mental Health, which is a Fulton County and State of Georgia partnership that we are now beginning to be a part of as we work through with Fulton County, our partnership around diversion services. So we did not put $20 million into the Behavioral Health Center. We put over $20 million into ACDC for the Center for Diversion Services, two very different institutions and facilities.
And I'll make sure I give you all of the information that with the city and with anyone from the administration that's on any email with me about this rehabilitation center. I'll make sure I provide that to you.
Would appreciate it.
So Fulton County Rehabilitation Center, to give you a little bit more information on it, is not a county and state project. The federal government looked at Fulton County, the federal government looked at the state of Georgia and said we need 5 rehabilitation centers in the state. They're about to be sued. The Fulton County has to do 3. This is the first of 3. So there'll be at least 2 more in Fulton County. So I just want to make sure we're together on that. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilor Bond.
Just a quick follow-up on why an authority would be a good idea. You know, the Atlanta Housing Authority, when it was established in the 1930s, was supposed to be our arm to build affordable and public housing. They're now prevented by federal regulations. They can't build homeless shelters, transitional housing, temporary housing. If we were to do an authority with Fulton County, we could develop affordable or transitional or temporary housing for this population. That's one more of the benefits that could happen with that. Just a suggestion. But yeah, I used to work in that. That's the jail I used to work in, Mr. Lewis, was what is now the Gateway Center. It was built to hold 400 individuals. We had an average daily population of 1,600. And that's why ACDC was built to the size that it was built, so they would accommodate that population. I used to work the floors there, 11 to 7 sometimes. I worked on the shortest shift, and sometimes I'd be on the floor with 400 inmates by myself.
Wow.
You know, so it is, well, you brought back brought back a flashback to me. So, but anyway, so, you know, those are ideas I think that, you know, going forward, that this thing needs to evolve, because obviously what we're doing now is good, but it has to be better.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Froki.
I move to exit committee of the whole.
There's a motion by Councilmember Faroki, seconded by, who made the second? Who made the second? Councilmember Bond, to move out of committee of the whole. It is not debatable. We'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, well, let me ask, is there any objection to moving out? We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving out of committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. I want to thank folks from the administration for coming. So we are now back into our regular session. We have a motion on the table to adopt by Councilmember Faroki. We are discussing the motion to adopt 24-0-1474. Councilmember Faroki.
So I'd like to move to amend the paper to change the start date to January 1, 2025, because we've already funded PAD through the end of December. So this would not change the end date. It would essentially go from a 2-year contract to a de facto 18-month contract, because they're already almost 6 months into the new contract. So it would start January 1 and end as it currently stated in the agreement.
There's a motion to amend by Councilmember Faroki, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Councilmember Overstreet.
I think the amendment will also have to include funding streams. I don't think the paper is ready. Is it there?
The CFO.
I think we've been told by finance that that's not the case.
It's not? Because
The-
I don't see it there.
Yeah, there's not a funding string identified in the paper as it stands, but the paper does authorize the CFO to enact a funding string after it's passed. So
Got
it
it.
gives that authority.
That's
Does that
fine.
answer the question?
Yeah, that's fine. I just didn't see it there.
Okay.
And since we were amending, I was just going to try to, button it up. That's all.
Other discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
Council
Change the-
President, I'm
yeah.
sorry, for the record, if we can just clarify what the amendment is, because we will have
The
to.
amendment is to change the beginning date to January 1st, 2025.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to amend carries. We're now back to the motion to adopt as amended. Discussion on the motion to adopt as amended. Councilmember Faroki.
I was going to move to adopt it. If that motion's on the table, it stands.
Discussion on the motion to adopt as amended. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to just make a brief remark. I completely support this legislation. I appreciate Councilman Faroki's leadership in moving this forward. One comment I did want to make, I know in the discussion with the COO, there was a request to potentially reduce the amount of time for this particular extension to just a year. And I guess in that context, this would have been a 6-month extension rather than an 18-month extension. And something that I think about a lot, before I joined this body, I spent over a decade working at a national nonprofit, helping veterans find jobs when they transition from the military, overseeing program operations, and also overseeing metrics and data and all the things we need to do to report to funders and to report to our grantors. And, funders, when they give you a grant, they give you some operational metrics that you have to report on at the end of the grant period. In the case of the organization I was working with, the number of people we helped, the number of events that we conducted, the number of placements that we had. But as we got better at what we did, we were able to innovate and identify things and ways in which we were helping people that weren't necessarily explicitly in our grant agreements. The time it takes us to find someone a job, the salary attainment that someone has, the salary goals that they have when they come to our organization, and then what percentage meet or exceed that goal, the retention rate 3 years from now, 6 years from now, are you still working at that same company? And we were able to innovate largely despite the fact that we weren't being asked to build in these metrics or these KPIs. But we're also able to innovate because of a core cadre of employees that stayed with the company for years because of the commitment to the mission, the commitment to our company culture, and commitment to an organization that they knew was going to be around because we had funding that lasted for years. And so when I think about this conversation that we have on a regular basis with regards to PAD this year, I can't think of how many different piece of legislation we've had to approve to have stopgap funding for PAD. And I think about what that means for employee morale, what that means for employee retention, and the people who are out in the field doing this work, getting better at what they do, being more efficient because they understand the work they do more intimately than ever before. What does that mean for them when they don't know they're going to have a paycheck 3 months from now, 6 months from now, or even a year from now? And so I just want to just say for the record that for me, I think it's important that we have longer continuance for these sorts of agreements so that we can hire the best possible people out there and we can ensure that they stay with the organization long enough to build the confidence in their work and to build the institutional knowledge to deliver on all the things we're asking them to deliver on, to build out these KPIs and metrics that we want to put in that next RFP. We have to make sure we have the right people in place. And it's hard to do that when you have folks who are unsure whether that organization is going to be solvent in 6 months to a year. And so I just want to state that. Thank you, Councilman Faroki, for your leadership, and I look forward to supporting this measure.
Thank you. Any other debate on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 24-0-1474 as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 2 nays.
11 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries. Chair Shook.
All right, thank you.
Chair Shook.
Thank you. I have one more paper that was passed on the consent agenda that needs to go to the mayor's office post haste. It is item 12 on page 8, 24-0-1610. My motion to send to the mayor's office post haste.
24, there's a motion by Councilmember Shook to move post haste 24-0-1610 to the mayor's office. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Juan. Any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
That concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Shook. Next up on the committees will be the Committee on Council. Vice Chair Amos will be delivering the report today.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 4 items on the report today. If there's no objection, I would like to take item number 1 and 2 together.
Please proceed.
24-C-5127, a communication from council members Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, Alice 1, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, Mary Norwood, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, appointing Mr. Kevin Bacon to serve as a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 24-C-5138, a communication from Leona Barr Davenport, President and CEO, Atlanta Business League, submitting the appointment of Ms. Judy Walker to serve on the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Both of these items came out favorable unanimously. Make a motion to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-C-5127 and 24-C-5138. Doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt these 2 communications? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection since there are communications. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt these 2 items carries.
Thank you, sir. Next item is 24-R-4449, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston as amended by Finance Exec Committee, appointing Mr. Gary W. Brigman to serve as the chair of the City of Atlanta Defined Benefit Pension Plan Investment Board for a term of 5 years to begin on the date of confirmation and for other purposes. This came out favorable unanimously. Recommendation is to adopt.
There's a recommendation coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-4449. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, sir. Next, item 24-R-4517, a resolution by the Committee on Council to correct the action taken by the Atlanta City Council regarding Resolution 24-R-4435 to revoke the previous action of accepting and filing said resolution and for other purposes. It comes favorable unanimously. Recommendation to adopt.
Recommendation coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-4517. Doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thanks, sir. Last item, 24-R-4518, a resolution by Committee on Council to express the appreciation of the City of Atlanta for the work of the City of Atlanta Temporary Task Force charged with reviewing the process and procedures of the Office of the Inspector General, the Ethics Office, and the Governing Board of the Office of the Inspector General and the Ethics Office for its diligent work to provide recommendations in accordance with its charge to accept the report and final recommendation of the task force, to approve the recommendations, to declare that it is the desire of the City of Atlanta to ensure that the recommendations of the task force are properly implemented in the best interest of the City of Atlanta, to request that the city attorney or her designee shall prepare any draft legislation and or governing board standard operating procedures which shall be necessary for the implementation of the recommendations of the task force and for other purposes. Came out of committee unanimously. Action is to file.
Motion committee to file 24-R-4518. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to file carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. End my report.
Thank you. Next up will be the Zoning Committee. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 13 items for first read. Without objection, I can take those as a block.
Get to reading.
Item number 1, 24-0-1638, Z2465, 3520 North Camp Creek Parkway, Southwest. This ordinance is rezoned from R4 to MR2. 24-0-1639, Z2471, 631 Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast, to rezone from RLCC to RLC. 24-0-1640, Z2473, 582 Hope Street Southwest, is to rezone from R4B to R5. 24-0-1641, Z2475, 568 Trabert Avenue Northwest, is to rezone from MR4BC to MR4BC for a change of conditions. 24-0-1642, Z2476, 389 and 385 Lindsay Street Northwest, as well as 380, 388, 392, 396, 404, 406, and 416 Oliver Street Northwest, is to rezone from SPI 3 SA1 BLWIZ and SPI 3 SA2 to SPI 3 SA3. 24-0-1643, Z2477, 383 Paynes Avenue Northwest, is to rezone from SPI 3 SA1 WIZ to SPI 3 SA3. 24-0-1644, Z2478, 2439 Fairburn Road Southwest, is to rezone from R4 to PDH. 24-0-1645, U2430, 607 Magnolia Street Northwest, is for a special use permit for a barber and beauty shop. 24-0-1646, U2431, 3190 Roswell Road Northwest, special use permit for an outdoor sales area. 24-0-1647, U2432, 155 West Basis Ferry Road Northwest, is a special use permit for a private club. 24-0-1648, U2433, 410 Markham Street Southwest, special use permit for a hotel. 24-0-1649, U2434, 1544 Piedmont Avenue, special use permit for outdoor dining and eating and drinking establishment. And finally, 24-0-1650, U2435, 1881 Howell Mill Road Northwest, special use permit for a non-residential use or establishment exceeding 7,500 square feet, an area in which alcohol beverages are sold or consumed on the premises. I make a motion to refer these 13 items to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer these 13 items to ZRB and Zoning Committee by Councilman Westmoreland. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these 13 items? Hearing none, move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be Public Safety Legal Administration. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item 24-0-1615, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta, Atlanta Police Department to waive the competitive source selection requirements contained in Article of the Procurement Code to allow the Atlanta Police Department to enter into an agreement with Bratsfield and Gorey LLC for security revisions at the Public Safety Training Center, all authorizing expenditure to be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account listed herein and for other purposes. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 24-0-1615 coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
How much more money? How much more? The barge is getting lowered. You can do the right thing.
Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
7 yeas, 4 nays. The motion to adopt fails because you need 8 votes in the affirmative, no matter Councilmember Juan.
I'll make a substitute motion to refer back to committee.
We will remember who voted yes.
You can't refer it's failed, so you'd have to reconsider it in order to. It just dies.
Okay. Next item, 24-0-1600, an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta and the Department of Parks and Recreation to retroactively reinstate agreement IFB S1220215 on call post certified officers with Cloverhurst Aaron JV to enter into the first renewal option for 1 year, commencing on November 1st, 2024, and ending on October 31st, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 and 0 cents, to continue providing security needs at the various parks and recreation sites, to waive all ordinances and ordinances in conflict herewith, to ratify all sections taken by or on behalf of the city since the date of expiration of the agreement and for other purposes.
This was pulled off consent, therefore it was, the motion is to adopt coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a substitute motion to send back to committee.
There's a motion to refer 24-0-1600 back to PSLA, I'm assuming, back to PSLA committee by Councilmember Norwood. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item back to PSLA? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 10 yeas, 1 nay.
10 yeas, 1 nay. The
2
motion
nays,
to,
I'm sorry.
10 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to refer carries. Chair Boone, any other business?
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
Mr. President, we have no report, but I would like to send 2401611 to the mayor post haste.
There's a motion to move 24-0-1611 to the mayor post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to move this item post haste? Hearing none, we move to a vote. We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion, move post haste. Madam Clerk,
12
sound the count.
yeas, 0 nays.
Sorry, say it again.
12 yeas, 0
12 yeas,
nays.
0 nays. The motion move post haste carries. And I believe that concludes. Chair Lewis? Thank you. Great. That concludes the standing committee reports. We will now move to legislation for consideration, new legislation for consideration. I do not see any for immediate, so we will move to items for referral. Councilmember Amos. I don't see Councilmember Amos, so we'll move to Councilmember Bond. Councilor Bond? Items to introduce? Not yet? Okay. Oh, Councilor Amos is back. Councilor Amos.
Beauty before you.
There you go.
Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Councilmember Amos. Elms ID number 36913, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing a donation in a total amount not to exceed $500.00 from the Post-One at Large carry forward account to the Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School to support the King Cares campaign pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Item ID 36913 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. AMS ID 36869, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta, Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission to enter into agreement with Hilton and Keep Atlanta Beautiful to receive from Keep America Beautiful an amount not to exceed $30,000 for a beautification project along ML King Jr. Drive adjacent to Mosley Park and for other purposes.
Item ID 36869 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Almighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
As 2 separate lots substantially consistent with the historic configuration and prevailing plat pattern and for other purposes.
Items ID 36917 will be referred to the Zoning and ZRB committees.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Elms ID 36920, a resolution by council members Faroki and Amos to establish the Artificial Intelligence Commission for the purpose of exploring the benefits, opportunities, and challenges of the use of AI in city government and for other purposes.
Items ID 36920 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Hillis.
First item is Elms ID 36876, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the city of Atlanta to execute a ground lease agreement with Partners for Home, property located at Reservoir Drive and 653 Green Street Northwest, Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia. Portion of tax parcel ID number listed for a lease term not to exceed 20 years to be used to develop quick delivery housing on public land as part of the City of Atlanta's Rapid Housing Initiative, waiving the competitive procurement provisions contained in Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Items ID 36876 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 36875, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the transfer of certain surplus tracts of property owned by the City of Atlanta located on Reservoir Drive and 653 Green Street Northwest from the purview of the Department of Watershed Management to the purview of the Department of Enterprise Assets Management for the purpose of developing and operating high-quality, quick delivery, rapid housing with supportive services on the site, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2025 budget to anticipate the transfer of funds in the amount of $85,000.00 from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to blank and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36875 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 36841, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the City of Atlanta to abandon that portion of Wilkes Circle Northwest, immediately south of Shriver Street Northwest and immediately north of Yates Drive Northwest, consisting of approximately 95,280 square feet and being more specifically described in the attached Exhibit A and shown in the attached Exhibit B, lying and being in land lot 259 of the 17th District, Fulton County, Georgia, and to accept the donation of an in-kind contribution equal to or greater than the fair market value of the roadway, to waive appraisal requirements contained in Section 138-9 of the Code of Ordinances, to execute a quitclaim deed to the Housing Authority of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, for said abandoned right-of-way and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36841 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Please, my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone, I believe you had an item.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to reconsider item 24-0-1615.
There's a motion to reconsider.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Hold on just one moment. We have a motion on the floor to reconsider 24-0-1615. It is debatable. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. An aye vote means that you do want to reconsider. A nay vote means you do not want to reconsider.
The vote is open.
Mr. President.
Sure. There's a motion on the floor to reconsider 24-0-1615. Because it's a financial matter, anyone can make the motion. Councilmember Boone made the motion. It was seconded. An aye vote means yes to reconsider. A nay vote means no to reconsider. It takes a majority vote. Madam Clerk.
Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 9 yeas, 4 nays.
Nine yeas, four nays. The motion to reconsider carries. That puts us back into the motion to adopt 24-0-1615. So we're back to that point. Is there any conversation or discussion about the motion to adopt 24-0-1615? Just want to make sure everyone knows the item that we're on. Okay. Hearing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 24-0-1615.
The vote is open. Oh, one moment. The vote is open. The vote's closed. 9 yeas, 4 nays.
9 yeas, 4 nays. The motion to adopt carries. We will now go back to papers for referral. Councilmember Lewis.
An ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Elms 36924, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend Chapter XX, Article X, Section X of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance to provide an exemption from the distance requirements for the Kroger located at 2685 Metropolitan Parkway, Southwest, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36924 will be referred to the Zoning Committee.
Elms 36927, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood, Councilmember Byron Amos, Councilor Marcy Carrier Overstreet, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, Councilmember Amir Faruqi. An ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend 114 Article 10, Division 3, Section 114-121 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance to establish weekly pay periods for all entry-level positions and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36927 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 36926, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood, Councilmember Marcy Carrier Overstreet, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, Councilmember Amir Faruqi, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend Councilmember Byron Amos, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend Chapter 114, Article 12, Division 3, Section 114125 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to remove the requirement of a high school diploma or GED for entry-level positions of grade to be determined by the Financial Department and below for other purposes.
Elms ID 36926 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Norwood.
Elms 36914, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood to amend 20-0-1652, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on December 7th, 2020, approving a special use permit pursuant to Chapter 16-04 005D for a civic club for property located at 1160 West Conway Drive, and to amend the conditions applicable to such special use permit and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36914 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and CRB committees. Councilor Overstreet.
Thank you. Elms ID number 36904, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total of not to exceed $429,928.70 to United Way of Greater Atlanta Incorporated pursuant to Section 36-306 of the City of Atlanta's charter to support an emergency rental assistance program, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of United Way of Greater Atlanta Incorporated to provide emergency rental assistance to citizens of Atlanta, and to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36904 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
EMS ID number 36831, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance providing for issuance during fiscal year 2025 of $4 million in aggregate principal amount of the City of Atlanta's general obligation bonds, the Series 2025 bonds, for various purposes pursuant to and in accordance with an amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia ratified at the general election held on November 5th, 1968, and proclaimed by the governor of the state of Georgia on December 13th, 1968. Law 1586 to 1587, inclusive and continued by 1986 Georgia Laws 4824 and 4825, inclusive, to authorize the sale of Series 2025 bonds through a district placement to a bank or other financial institution, to authorize the execution of and delivery of the said bonds, to authorize the chief financial officer to create bond number dash, to authorize the naming of the bond registrar and paying agent for the said bonds, to authorize the adoption of the form of which said bond shall adhere, to authorize the preparation of a tax district and the levy of a tax sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on said bonds, to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds, and for other purposes. A public hearing will be held December 2nd, 2024, during the full council meeting.
Elms ID 36831 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
ELMS ID number 36921, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to expand the boundaries of the Atlanta West Community Improvement District as authorized by the General Assembly of the State of Georgia in the Fulton County Community Improvement District Act to improve certain parcels of the improvement district and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 36921 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Councilmember Shook.
Thank you. ELMS 36829, ordinance by Shook waiving the listed section of the code to ratify services rendered in connection with the listed agreement, annual sanitary sewer repair with Ruby Collins, consortium joint venture, retroactive, effective between the dates indicated, to authorize the mayor or his designee to exercise the first renewal option under the agreement on behalf of Watershed Management for a term of 1 year, retroactively effective September 1 of 24 through August 31st of 25, an amount not to exceed $8 million, all contract work being charged when paid from, et cetera.
ELMS ID 36829 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
ELMS 36830, ordinance by Shook waiving the listed code section to authorize the mayor designee to ratify services rendered in connection with the RFP, which is listed, annual sanitary sewer repair with Rockdale Pipeline / Integral Municipal Services Corporation joint venture, retroactively effective from the date listed through the exercise of the first renewal option, to authorize the mayor designee to exercise first renewal option under the agreement on behalf of Watershed for a term of 1 year, retroactively effective from September 11th of this year through September 10th of next, in an amount not to exceed $22 million, all contracted work being charged to and paid from, et cetera.
Elms ID 36830 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms 36833, an ordinance by Shook authorizing the mayor and CFO to execute, deliver, and perform a master lease agreement between the city and First Municipal Credit Corp., or Company LLC, as lessor. 2, one or more related financing schedules, and 3, an escrow agreement between the city, the lessor, and an escrow agent, all related to the acquisition of 1, laptop computers and related accessories for APD vehicles, and certain related upfitting and customization of said equipment, provided that such lease financing shall be authorized in a combined principal amount not to exceed $22 million, plus applicable interest component. All rental payments will be charged to and paid from, et cetera.
Elms ID 36833 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 36865, resolution by Shook urging the 2025-2026 regular session of the Georgia General Assembly to support the City of Atlanta's 2025 legislative package and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36865 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 36915, resolution by Shook authorizing the Commissioner of Watershed Management to adjust water sewer service charges on certain customer accounts in accordance with the Atlanta City Code section listed here for blank and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36915 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 36916, resolution by Shook authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from, et cetera.
Elms ID 36916 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That is all.
Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID 36911, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $8,500.00 from the District 6 carry forward account and the to the Atlanta Police Foundation for license plate reader cameras in Morningside Lennox Park pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 369, is that 11 or 10?
11.
11 is referred to the FEC.
Ordinance, Elms ID 36910, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $10,000.00 from the District 6 carry forward and the Department of Parks and Recreation to Linders Martin Manor Neighborhood Association pursuant to section listed of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36910 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Elms ID 36863, resolution by Westmoreland authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate an amount not to exceed $1 million to communities and schools of Atlanta pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter to provide integrated support for the K-12 students in Atlanta, authorizing the mayor as designated into a donation agreement, which shall detail the actions of communities and schools of Atlanta, Inc. to provide integrated support services for students, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36863 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
36929, an ordinance by Westmoreland authorizing a donation amount not to exceed $8,000.00 to Living Walls. The city speaks from various carry forward accounts pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36929 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
36923, ordinance by Westmoreland to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to insert the words criminal history status in various code sections referencing non-discrimination and listing the basis upon which discrimination is prohibited and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36923 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
36922, a resolution by Westmoreland, Amos, Dozier, Hillis, Winston, Faroki, Boone, requesting the Department of City Planning calculate and publish an in lieu fee reflecting the current market for the Affordable Workforce Housing Beltline Overlay District, Westside Affordable Workforce Housing District, and Westside Park Affordable Workforce Housing District, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36922 will refer to CDHS.
Thank you.
Councilor Winston.
Thank you, Council President. First item is Elms ID 36928, an ordinance by Council Members Winston 1, Westmoreland, and Faroki, ratifying the City of Atlanta's acceptance of a donation of pro bono professional services performed by Boston Consulting Group, Inc. in support of a 9-week engagement to explore the feasibility of an LGBTQ+ Community Center in Atlanta, and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 36928 will be referred to the CDHS.
Elms ID 36832, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston by Jason Winston, an ordinance waiving Part 2 code of the ordinances listed, Chapter 2 Administration, Article 10 Procurement and Real Estate Code, Division 4 of the Atlanta City Code, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute the third amendment to the agreement listed. Risk Management Information System with Origami Risk Inc. On behalf of the Department of Finance to extend the term of the agreement effective from December 23rd, 2024 on a month-to-month basis for a period not to extend 6 months and to add funding in an amount not to exceed $122,553.48. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36832 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms ID 36858, a resolution by Winston authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate an amount not to exceed $1,100,000.00 to the Urban League of Greater Atlanta pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter to support the Youth Development Grant Program, to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the action of Urban League of Greater Atlanta to provide youth development grants, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36858 will be referred to the CDHS.
Elms ID 36872, an ordinance by Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee to waive the competitive source selection provisions contained in this section of the Article 10 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta, Code of Ordinances, as well as any other conflicting code provisions to execute the First Amendment to sole source agreement number listed for jail management system with BI2 Technologies LLC on behalf of the Department of Atlanta Information Management and Department of Corrections to add a term on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 6 months commencing January 31st, 2025 through July 31st, 2025, and to add funding in an amount not to exceed $180,000.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36872 will be referred to the FEC.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other papers for referral? Hearing none, we'll move to general remarks. I have two kind of official notices to give. One, a reminder that we have a runoff in the post-3 at-large special election for City Council. The actual election final date is December 3rd. November 22nd is the last day to request an absentee ballot. Advance voting will be November 23rd to 27th. That's Saturday the 23rd from 9 to 6, Sunday the 24th from 12 to 5, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday the 25th to the 27th, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's right before Thanksgiving. So please make sure that you go and vote in that special election runoff. And then also, due to city offices being closed Thursday, November 28th and Friday, November 29th in observance of Thanksgiving, the committee schedule for next week will be changed. Zoning, transportation, public safety, all on Monday. Zoning at 10 a.m., transportation at 11 a.m., public safety at 1 p.m. And then on Tuesday, the 26th, the utilities at 9:30, community development, human services at 11, finance exec at 1:30 p.m. With that, any other announcements? Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to wish my daughter, Naomi, a happy first rotation around the sun. She will be 1 year old next week. And yeah, I'm very proud of her. Thank you.
We're glad she's here. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I'd like to announce that there's going to be a forum tomorrow night at 6 o'clock for the two remaining candidates who are in the runoff for post 3. That is going to be at Piedmont Center, building 14 on Piedmont Road, just south of my street, Habersham Road.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanting the public to know that there will be a work session scheduled very soon for Z-24-12 regarding security cameras in our community. That is a work session being scheduled very soon for Z-24-12. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. Much like Councilmember Dozier, I'm due to wish my son, Kazra, a happy birthday in 2 weeks. Councilman Dozier informed me we won't have a full council meeting before then, so he doesn't know yet, but he's going to enjoy some cake.
Glad he's here. Councilmember Overstreet.
I'd like to invite everyone out to Thanksgiving giveaways, which are happening next Saturday in District 11. One will actually happen at Greenbrier Mall. We have 150 families that District 11 is partnering with to help, and also it will be the beginning of Santa Claus coming to town as well during the festival at Greenbrier Mall next Saturday morning, starting around 11 o'clock until around 1. Also, a registration link is on our social media page as Choices is, which Councilmember Boone and I sit on the Choices board. Choices is partnering with Amazon, and we will be at Atlanta Area Tech on next Saturday as well, on Saturday the 23rd, so this coming Saturday, for Thanksgiving giveaways. So sign up, get registered so that you can come to that huge drive-through. We will also be delivering 400 gift turkeys and fixins and everything via the Amazon trucks throughout the districts. So please be a part of that, get registered and come, and so that we can celebrate Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Hearing none, we will move to the closing roll. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1.
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozier, District 4. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.